house of your heart stood your beloved, your day stood the fairest among 10,000 wives. You formed the seasons, you fixed the time. You gave me sparks in the morning light. Creation flowed from your love. You were crafty and I was breathing. You were laughing, I was reaching out for you. I was made for heaven. I was made for Jesus. I was made to walk the cool of the day with you. With you. Cursed in the garden of paradise, knew the pain from the Father's heart. To get us back, you gave it all. Filled in the likeness of flesh on earth, you bore the cross that we deserve. You've gotten down on one knee, Spirit breathing on me, been saying I see what I was made for. I was made for heaven. I was made for Jesus. I was made to walk in the cool of the day with you. I was made for heaven. I was made for Jesus. I was made to walk in the cool of the day with you. With you. The whole point of my existence is to know you, Jesus. The whole point of my existence is to know you, oh. The whole point of my existence is to know you, the whole point of my existence is to know you, Lord. The whole point of my existence is to know your love. The whole point of my existence is to know your Lord. Is to know you, Lord. Is to know you, Lord. I was made for heaven. I was made for Jesus. I was made to walk the cool of a day with you. I was made for heaven. I was made for Jesus. I was made to walk the cool of a day with you. With you.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to all of you that's on the Diaspora Talk. Follow me up. Thank you so much for joining us on today's Diaspora Talk. Welcome to the show. And I can see Kagoma, I never heard Mika singing, but yeah, they can sing. Both Mika uh, and Godspeed sing. They're really awesome. And now, after about a year, I guess they met up in South Korea. So that's where they are, and they're going to be performing. So we're going to hear a lot more. There's a few videos that are coming in. You know, where Mika always go and tease Godspeed. It was kind of funny while he was sleeping. Uh, so I just want to start with a prayer because this is the time that we need more prayers than ever. Uh, Prayer is always good for your soul, for your being, for humanity. That's one thing that glues us together in our belief. So, uh, uh, and this prayer also will help us to discuss really the core in discussions, and we tell the truth, but only the truth, and no speculation. Opinion is accepted. So he can give us that ideas and share those ideas, so we collectively network among ourselves. Word that we hear on this panel or on the comment section, they have a great impact. And the discipline that I see within the commentators, the panel is almost very respectful, and I really appreciate that. Everybody is family. It's a family business. So this is how I start praying today. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. Our merciful, loving Father, Xavier, touch us now with your healing hands. For us, we believe that your will is for us to be well in mind, body, soul, and spirit. As we pray for our dearest that we hold in our hearts, and in this case, as well, the nation that I pray is for Marie Antoinette, Izana, my brother, Kaku, Kuku, Deborah, Dr. Sadeka, and as well for a safe trip for Mika and Godspeed, and to those that are crying for Xavier's help. May he shower you with all the blessing and healing with your family in this ever-changing world. Every prayer counts. And I also pray again for your blessing. Cover us all with the most precious blood of your Son, our Lord Jesus Christ, from the top of our head to the sole of our feet. Cast anything that should not be in us. We pray to heal and protect our family. In your name, Xavier, have mercy on us. We believe you heal when you present yourself, when it comes to Marie Antoinette, Kaku's, Izana, and as well, Kuku Deborah and Dr. Sadeka, and bless them with the Holy Spirit. We trust in you, in the name of Jesus Christ, our Lord and Savior. Amen. Amen. So, anyway, this is just in general that he can hear our Creator, Xavier, listen to us, and we humbly accept everything that comes through him and take this evil spirit out of everything that we see now in the world. So today's topic, I'm going to dive into it. Before that, I'm just going to share one of the Mika's videos, where he speaks about our journey in general, and I find it always having this opportunity to see him having a fight, a good fight. He gave us an opportunity to gather and to discuss everything that we have in here. It's an opportunity that we cannot deny. We have to be really close to one another and see opportunity that comes for us as African, the continent, and as well being competitive and being respected when it comes to the world on any panel, on trades, on politics, everything that is really that helps us to move forward. Start with respect. So we're fighting to have worldwide respect for all Africans or any descendant of Africa, because the world is changing right now. As we change, we have to change along with it. So these are the discussion that I want to bring in, and I'll present you a few clips, and maybe you might have a little bit of working journey today. And I need everybody's cooperation to make it happen, because we're African and we have to work for Africa. Nobody else will work but Africans, because we want to keep it that way. So, and that same thing, I'm going to share the GoFundMe where we stand, because this is very urgent, and I've seen some few things out there, a few clips and showing different things that promote that we're on the right path. And finally, we got our own Swahili Nation logo has been out there. I'll share that also with you guys. Basically, it's beautiful. Actually, it's really beautiful. Let's look at the GoFundMe now. All right, I'm just gonna refresh this and see what we have. Yep, 4,222. And please, again, share this. It's a big mission. There's a lot of work behind it. Our foundation is out there. It's official. All the information that is required from Swahili Nation One Africa organization has been submitted, and we're going forward. There's no turning back. And all this work is thanks to you. As you can see, right at this corner is the Swahili Nation One Africa logo, which I'm going to bring it in a larger screen. And so I congratulate all the teams that put it together, and we'll have our own logo. It's a good start.
So the lie began from the very beginning of time, right? And I can ask you one question right now. What does history tell us you about Africa? Who discovered Africa? If you write right now on Google who discovered Africa, you find out that is one white man that he came and discovered Africa. And you can ask yourself that how can you discover a place that already exists? How can you discover a place that people already live in that place? It is impossible, but that's what the history tells us. That's what people believe about Africa, that it was discovered by a white man. This guy, he came, and then he went back, he gave a report, and then the next we know is colonialism, because those guys, they start somewhere to divide Africa like a piece of cake, because they discovered it, they own it, it belonged to them. But that is us. We discovered, we're the first people to know. And today you have a lot of people around the world that they think that Africa was discovered by them.
All right. Again, for those of you that just joined us, welcome to the Diaspora Talk Show with Biggie. And I thank you all to tune in with me. Today, we're going to be talking about opportunities. As the title says, opportunity calls for Africa and her children. And that includes global children. So it's not just the continent, but that includes all the diasporas out there. Since it's a diaspora talk show, and as well, it's all inclusive. And what I meant by this opportunity calls for Africa. Well, these opportunities is sometimes, in the middle of the chaos, we find opportunities from this chaos that's going on in the world and how much it's going to affect the continent specifically, and as well in the global uh, time and time. Anything that goes out there in the globe will definitely affect Africa. The information that we're getting or information that we respond back, it's always been really, yeah, we heard you, but nothing has been done to it. So it's up to us to seize this time while all this chaos that's going on in the world, and especially whatever that happens out there in the West, or with these wars that we're seeing, is really has an effect on the African soil also, because the warmongers are always trying to put and portray, hey, this is going to be the end of the world, and we're going to go on the nuclear holocaust, all that. But again, as we African, with the largest continent, we have an opportunity. This is the time that we focus on our own matters. We have labeled things that would need to be done on last week discussion when I discussed about the AU and the African Union and the Agenda 2063. So right there, we got a long agenda, let alone having all these wars, and at the same time, looking at Burkina Faso that had recently, yesterday, a coup d'état, and that's not really acceptable, because we're going to go through this coup d'état over and over and over, and at one point, we've got to be behind the elect officials. If the military takes arm, it shows you the vulnerability of the a country that can be taken over by a bunch of military personnel. And Ethiopia had the same thing during the Derg time, and we saw the result. It killed over 1 million people just by the wars that were raging between Ethiopia and Eritrea, and that could have been avoided. That could have been a discussion. But again, when you have this kind of aggression, especially from the military side, uh, it turns the trust upside down, because now you are at the end of that gun. If you oppose, from what I experienced, you'll be shot. So this is a really something a burden for Burkina Faso's, that they had a change now 9 months later, and may God be with them and keep them peace and well, and hopefully this is the last one where they can go forward into their constitution, adhere to the constitution, have real elections, because as they say, something that's already flew out, we cannot get back to it. So I really appreciate that. Everybody just put a prayer, because we're Africans. So when African country get hit in such fashion, we still have issue with Ethiopia and the TPLF. All these In fact, the mercenaries that are all over the world, and specifically in Africa, are trying to tear the continent apart. They try to divide us as much as possible, but for that, we have to stay strong. We're the one that's going to determine to have our destiny. It is us that's going to be the one that change. If we do our job diligently and take these opportunities while everything is going crazy, let's see, what we can do this year. Okay, what can we improve? Maybe we need to focus more on the agenda of food security more. Uh, do we learn from one another what we have and what we can share? These are the opportunities while everybody's going crazy on the other side. So this is the time that I always said, in the chaos, sometimes you'll find the opportunity. And actually, in order to stop the chaos, you have to have the opportunity to think and change. And change is now for Africa. I know there will be an upcoming meeting on the UNEGA that's going to require the vote on the Ukraine and Russian war, basically to Russia veto the whole thing about the annexation and all that. So there will be again in the UN General Assembly coming for a vote. And so Africans leaders out there make a wise decision. The decision that you make is always going to be affecting Africa. If you say no, we know it still affect your specific nation for those that say no. But again, be strong, be willing to do the right thing, and your vote should be resonated across and support each other. All nations, I call for all nations in Africa to support one another's decision, whether it's yay, nay, got to support each other. We don't have to have fear all the time in trying to alter our decisions. And sometimes those decisions, as you can see, it didn't do us any good. Basically, it really hurt us back because now we opened ourselves for that kind of staging. So again, the vote is going to go to the national assembly, general assembly. So Africans be aware that might be something that we keep an eye on what's going to be happening coming this week. I just want to make sure. Nana Dream, hi Nana Dream. Hey Reggie, can you hear? Can you hear me? It seems like I got a little echo. Can somebody confirm? No, Antoine, because I feel that there's an echo. Hi Nana Dream, can you hear me? Okay. Oh, great. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for the confirmation. Sorry for the delay, but for some reason I was listening to some echo and I tried to adjust it. And now that's confirmed. It's great. Thank you so much for confirmation. All right. So there's one thing that I started a session about change. This is about, and it is going to be about 5 weeks ago, 6 weeks ago. And the topic was about change. And the change that, in order to bring this opportunity to benefit Africa, first, we got to understand what we need to change. Sometimes these changes can be can be hurtful. It's like the Greek said, instead of sacrificing 1 year, you end up by sacrificing the rest of your life. So basically, a short-term hurt, but a long-term progress, something that's going to be successful. For example, all right, uh, if you eat 3 times a day, you want to save up to do something, you probably say, you know what, I'm going to knock out breakfast or something that you used to have luxury, just cut off all these things and you're just going to be sacrificing that because you can survive with the two or with one meal a day. But your sacrifice will pay off in the long run because whatever the time that you assigned yourself to do the sacrifice in order to achieve another goal, eventually pay off. Okay. So the first change that's going to happen, the first change that we really have to put into work is, how African are you? Yeah, by origin, well, that you're African. But deep down inside you, how willing are you to make change for the growth of Africa? How willing are you that you are truly the warrior, the soldier, the brother, the protector of Africa? That was a question that I posed yesterday. Because, yes, I'm African. Okay. Yes, I'm Ethiopian Eritrean. Fine. But how willing am I to sacrifice myself for the well-being of the country and the continent? Because this is the time that we need to do a radical change. And it starts with ourselves. It's not just because of a color, because you're born in a country, but when it comes to really serious questions, how African are you? What are you willing to give to this movement, for the unity of Africa? And this question is individually. If we don't answer that individually, with just talking, there won't be no change. We have to talk into ourselves, deep inside, individually, who you are. What can you do for your continent? And for my answer is, I'm willing to die for my continent. Because I believe, seen it, been colonized, slaved out, beaten, jailed, killed, all the persecution just because you're African and Black. And so we have to be really determined to what extent you can push this change. So the change has to be, within yourself. Because being African or in diaspora African, as being Black, comes to the original question: how much are you willing to protect the continent? And you look around, if you're married with children, the first thing you look at your wife and children, you're always willing to protect. No question. To lay a life for them. No question. But you have your neighbor too. If anything happened to him, Would you protect them as much as you're protecting your own family? Because if you don't, they'll come after you. This is where the game has to stop. Because if you're not willing to change, not just because you color, you are automatically qualified. No, that's the old way, being qualified as an African or descent of African. Now is the change is, are you willing to sacrifice for all the continent and its citizen? You know what's been done. If you are in the diaspora, you know what's been done and what's been doing all this time. All the enemies of the continent, but just to keep it down, to keep us hungry so they can drop few bread here and there. They give us loans that we can even afford paying. In order to do that, we Africans have to open our eyes wide open. One, be true citizen of the continent, to protect it from corruption, from thieves, wolves that are out there trying to take away or love you every day, that are looking at you. How we defeat them is being patriotic. You have to be patriotic. You have to be protecting. Start with your nation. Start with your community. Look at what you can do to make those changes. If we all think that way and have the true feeling of who you are and to the extent how far you can come out and defend, that's when the opportunity opens. We're not just talking about opportunity to go and do business and you're done with it. And it's a financial thing. But again, when you do that kind of financial exchanges, does it hurt my continent? That you have to have in your mind. And if you would really deeply go down to your community level, you say, is it going to hurt my community, my family? Because your family living within the same area. So it's going to be a boomerang. Whatever that you do bad is going to come back to you. But if we truly, truly want to protect one another, we truly have to identify where we stand on this question. Are you truly patriotic when it comes to the continent? Would you defend it? Would you die for it? And it trickles down all the way, like I said, to your community level. It's from bottom up. The continent is made with all these beautiful nations and cultures and tradition and morale. But we have to be really aligned to it. Because you're not starving in here during the diaspora, it doesn't mean people are not starving on the other side. So let's keep an eye on what we can do to help one another. Let's get organized in order to identify the areas. But first, you got to be patriotic enough to defend Africa. There'll be another wave of things that's going to come toward us just to keep us abreast and not to let us go. But we're the one that can collaborate together, especially push our leadership in order to really communicate. They have to communicate, supporting one another. So things like what's happening in Burkina Faso, that doesn't happen. Of course, there's a struggle, there's a change that needs to be done, but we need to help them also to come into their senses, because we don't want to have any loss of life while this transition is taking place. And what makes it worse is the first one is illegal, the second one is even illegal. It's like coup after coup. So the unrest for our brothers out there in Burkina Faso, brothers and sisters, we have to think of that. You know, sanction is not going to help it. It's just bringing some kind of peace talk and have the people have the opportunity to elect democratically on open vote for a new president. But again, you know, the that destination is always up to the people. People vote. People bring about a president or prime minister. But at the same time, if you have an opposition, you got to bring it to the table. We have to be able to discuss these with no threat to the citizenship because we've seen it. We've seen so many atrocities. You oppose, the next thing you know, nowhere to be found. But again, these are the people that are really committed, patriotic, to defend their citizens, their brothers, their sisters. So they'll go all the way to sacrificing themselves. They know what's going to happen. So we have a lot of great, great leaders that's been gunned down, tortured. We know that. That's what we need to change. That's one of the first thing that I said to any African, not to raise his arm against another African. Because that same person has a mother, father, brother, sisters, and maybe he's the breadwinner and killing somebody that was supporting all his family. So this is where the patriotism comes. Before I raise my arm, I got to really think about it. Is there any way that I can solve my problems? If we start practicing those things and being really looking into the bigger picture of unification and to have one nation, one Africa, we got to start from the bottom up. And we have to have a mission, a collective mission that we can discuss. Not 10 years, not 20 years, for the next 5 years. For the next 5 years in the long range, what can we change in this model to have all citizens to be really patriotic, understand what the country is going through, and to come up front. If you have to expose the corruption, expose the corruption. That's what is tearing us apart. That's what is taking us backward. You can have all the technology you want, all the things that you want, but that core has to change. Because the change, when I looked at it from the model on the last topic, right, just from a leadership aspect of it, change model contributes significant to leadership or managing change by identifying three phases of transition. And I discussed that most notably starting with endings and a reasonable concept of embracing. Because when you transitioned from Joe Nobody, that commonly known as Joe, now Joe is really standing with all the principles and now fighting corruption. Then Joe is a nobody. Joe now is standing up. His name never changed. It's still Joe. But his way of doing things is different. Now he sees himself part of this unity and becomes very patriotic. So if we put the information out there, my question is, how patriotic are you? How much are we willing to sacrifice? We've seen so many of them not only sacrifice their time, but sacrifice their life just this, for the unity of Africa. The name I cannot mention, so many of them. Brilliant, they're smart, but they've been gunned down. But again, that doesn't stop us, because if we stop because of the example that they try to show us and portray us, then we'll never get up, we'll never change. Now the change is now. Change has to happen now. And that change yourself first. Don't just talk about it. When you start talking about the countries within Africa, think twice. Anything that comes from your mouth, how much it affects others. But if you are a real true patriot, patriotic, it will guide you even when you talk about another country. As long as you're an African and you're talking about an African nation and you're not from that nation, think about it twice. If it is something that it needs to be out there and communicated to bring awareness, you're on the good path. But if it is something that is going to try to put a shame and blame, then you have to think about it twice, because so many people are going to listen to you. Now we have a media that goes across the globe. Even the Chinese guy on the other side of the world can listen to you. You know what? I don't care whether you speak Swahili, Amarinya, or Bantu, or any other language. They still have a way to translate whatever that you said, if it is important enough. Especially if it is, most of the time, that whenever something ill and evil comes, it gets translated real quick. And sometimes they lose the real meaning, even though it was evil, the real meaning of that transmission, because it gets translated. And some translation doesn't come right. So refrain from attacking. Now we know Burkina Faso is going through some issue. We just pray that the people get the opportunity to get to vote and have their leadership. But I'm not going to bash in and say, hey, this country is going to coup. And I'm like, yesterday I just brought up, is it like 27 coups ever since the independence? And why is it? So we as Africans, we should really contribute and start analyzing why these things are happening, and have a collective information, maybe things that need to be changed. There's something that's weakened, and we know. I don't want to run without the actual facts. But again, we as an African, if you're really African and concerned, we've got to do something about Burkina Faso and help them, and to give them good information collectively. We have to get on the right path, and there won't be no nation left behind. If you want one Africa, you need all nations. There won't be division. We just want to make sure that we all have the same path, working forward together. And the other thing that when these changes comes, there's a lot of things that as human beings we're going to think about, a lot of things, or prioritizing what is going to be this and that. So there will be a lot of change, but if we all trying to think the same way, and eventually we have this collective mind that's going together, and we'll find solutions as we go forward for something that we don't understand, to get more clarity, instead of just going blindly and doing things that, oh, so and so said it. No, we just want to make sure based on facts and not something whoever wants to get a different narration and bash you in. And that's what you're going to protect when you are really affirming that you are really patriotic. That's when you start defending all these negative ads, all these negative narratives. So it is up to us to make some changes, and that change start with ourselves. And when I say that, it's a self assessment. How willing are you, or you just gonna talk and just leave it alone and do nothing? Maybe sometimes we say something that's so bad, so wrong, and we forgot that you said that. But they when they confront you that you said that, and you say, "Oh, I don't know, I don't remember," because now your mind is changing every time. But if you really paid attention at that time when you said those words, very hurtful words, and you forgot, but the people that received it never forget. So it's very important that when we have this One Africa movement to the unity, we have to think as one. It doesn't mean we're going to change our way of life, but a way of protecting one another. That brings your national security because we're all alike. We want peace. We want food. Our security is very important. And we don't allow other nations to come in and be the security in our land, especially foreign land. If we need our national security, we should exercise our own African security, not something that's guided and being paid by different entity outside Africa because they got different purpose. So the protection starts by protecting yourself. You protect yourself by look around you. Always pay attention. Things are changing. And for our African brothers and sisters, and the 1.4 billion in the continent, imagine what they go through day in, day out. And you notice at the end of the day, this national security and food. In order to bring that food, we're going to have to feed the brain. The brain get fed. The stomach will be easily fed because now the brain is working. Now the brain is getting opportunities. Opportunities now that we have collectively, especially in the diaspora, to align the right organization that are in the same progress. Not an organization that takes 80% of your giving and 20% that maybe, I don't know. But we have to have one of the major things of Swahili Nation One Africa as a foundation. We can articulate specific targeted area. If it's on the agriculture, we can really target in the agriculture sector throughout the continent because we're willing to die for our vision. Just to remind everybody, our mission, our Swahili Nation One Africa mission is easy. It is so easy that when you look at it, a lot of people might have oh, that's simple. Yeah. Our mission is to defend the image and bring back all the heritage of Africa, decolonize our mind through authentic knowledge, create a bridge for oneness, and a peaceful Africa. Very simple, but very powerful. The first thing it says, defend the image. Whose image? Africa. Aren't you African? So that means somewhere we have to really look at itself and say, we got to bring Africa on the first line to the top. Like I said, eat, drink, sleep, Africa. Just think about our people out there. Just think about them. Just pick any country. Just read about that specific country that you want to see what's going on. Even if you think and pray the well or engaged in certain skill set that you have to be a big brother, big sister, that goes a long way. Just a little sacrifice. Those of you that are really highly educated in different fields and different disciplines, find those kids, find the universities that they go through. Maybe you can give a lecture because we got technology. Whatever you are, and you put a lecture together in the universities. Pick any university in Africa. You're contributing. You put in something. Those of you who's got money, find the time and place where you want to spend and help the African people, your people, your brothers and sisters. It doesn't go that far. You help your brother, you help your sister, you help your mother. These people will help other people. It's like a chain. So let's think Africa. Let's make it a priority. We'll have to defend it left and right. We'll have to bring back our history. We'll have to teach 20 years old on the average in Africa. Let's think about next 5 years, what kind of Africans that we have. Because we got a lot of sellout now. Yes, I could see that. Yeah, the ripple effect. So today is October 1st, 2022. Keep that date. So we're looking at October 1st, 2027. With His grace, God willing, we're all alive. And start talking about today. Are you truly, truly African? The question. Not by color, not because you're born there, but the real patriotic. Would you lay your life for it? Again, it's 2:55 p.m. my Eastern time, 10/1/2022. I just want to make it a marker. It's a marker. 5 minutes to 3. It's a question that we have to answer individually, and then we can come to the table and say, yes, I'm African enough. What can I do for Africa? That should be your answer. What can I do for Africa? Because right now, from the geopolitics aspect of it, as you can see, there's things that are changing so fast. And as you all know, the energy crisis is creating so many ripple effect. Thank you, E, for bringing that word itself. I would have forgotten it. Just this lack of energy, and then on top of that, destroying the main the main pipes that goes to Europe, and I feel European by now. A European should be on the street, just putting the word out. And I've seen some of the video audio that they come out, but it's not where it's supposed to be. Because right now it's just really dire days. Because I don't know if you guys been in some part of Europe. It can be like a Siberia, Tibet, on some of the temperature when it drops. And so that will come up, I think yesterday I was saying African countries, especially in North, they're probably going to give a lot of visas because it's warm. At least you can go across the Mediterranean. There'll be definitely a major issue unless they come up with something. And so when they look at for something, so now they start digging into the African affair. That's what I'm talking about. But again, is that an opportunity? Well, that's how we're going to use it, if you're going to call it opportunity. Because, yeah, we have the resource, we have the energy. But again, when you look at an energy cycle where the EU oppose what's going on from Uganda, going through Tanzania pipe, and they opposing, you kind of look at it, okay, I know they use that human right like a weapon, progress. It requires some radical changes. When you do some radical changes, yes, there are people that's going to be hurt in the process. But these people that have been in process and been hurt also need to be compensated for whatever the issue that arise. But once you're in business, they don't want to see that because now we got control on what we deliver. And it goes all the way through Tanzania, from Uganda to Tanzania ports. It's an amazing project. Now they oppose that one, what they lose in the other one. Their own mainstream is out. In fact, they never wanted to have the second one to be functional. So it doesn't surprise us to tell us no, and now we have an issue. It doesn't surprise us. They weaponized it. I know I've heard from the Uganda side, Tanzania side, they had, whenever you lay down this pipe, you're gonna go through some land, and there's nothing new in Africa. That we always have issues with land. Now you put this big pipeline going across my field, my farming field. Yeah, you kind of get upset because now things are changing, but at the same time, it's a national change. But again, the government has to really pay attention of what they can do in return, and I'm pretty sure they're doing that. It's just when it comes to the human, they say it's a human right. They don't pay them. They don't do this. I mean, everybody don't expect that their funding is in a different currency, and trying to compare it with the U.S. or euro or pound currency. Oh, they should be paid like that. It doesn't work that way. So that's what they call intermingling into our affairs. So if there's something that is going to be rising, they should be the one that raises their voice. And yes, we need progress. And in fact, we're going to need. We said we're going to build all the infrastructure that's going to connect all the African countries. This thing is not going to be suspended train. It's not going to be a suspended highway. It's going to pass through some land. So now, because so and so don't think he's paid enough, while the average, the way the real estate comes, and this is the price, and you get the price, and then sometimes you're gonna, okay, this guy resisted, maybe there's importance for it, and you can go around it, and when you go around it, you're still gonna have other properties that you're gonna be destroying. So sometimes, we're going to have to really balance out on what is the progress of the country, because again, like 100%, this guy is quiet, farming, good life is going, he's growing. Suddenly, the government comes, hey, you know what? We're going to take that piece of land because, in the name of progress, he's going to look at it, man. Now you're disturbing, my area. Now you're disturbing me, my family. Maybe where that road goes is probably the main house, the main village, the main residence. Now he's going to have to move it on this side. Maybe they'd say altogether, no, we're going to get all the square out. So he's got to go even further out. So the human allocation and the location that they're going to be moving has to be respected. But it shouldn't be, it shouldn't be like a whole EU opposing it. It's like the whole EU. Can you imagine 27 countries put together against two countries? And what happened to the 54 country representation, what they call it, AU? Well, yeah, you know, we need to build that. We need to put it together. It's just the number doesn't jive. The direct competition of another pipeline that's going not through Europe, it's going through Africa. It offers more jobs. Yes, there's risk to it. But one of the thing is, in order to grow, you have to take certain risk. And how can we minimize those risks? And my thing is to get both Ugandans and Tanzanians, make sure that they have first responders for any other thing that they may do. Because I've seen it in the what happened in the Nord Stream can easily happen in our part. Think about it. You build and you have some issue. It could have happened. It can come back to us too. And so Africans have to get together, making sure that I'll have a guard throughout the whole pipeline. Yeah, they were not happy when the Grand Renaissance was built because it's going to really have Ethiopia going on another level, and including the neighbors going to profit of having electricity. So the more electricity that we have, the more demand there is of progress in the city. They got to create new cities. We're going to have new schools. A lot of things get built up once you get all this electricity coming in. Well, they wanted to blow the dam, but caution. You blow that dam, anything that is going to be on its path will never come back to life again. That's why there's nothing they can do about it. It's too big, too big. But anything that we do progress and we're using our own money, African money, and go through our progress, we have no problem. Thank you. Eat, this is like we got triple E in here now. Yeah. He said, where's the funding coming from for this pipeline, And he said, did EU miss the boat? I told you, they have the chaos. And this is the opportunity for Africa to get together and make the sound decision and move fast. Yes, that is really the question. But the opposing it, and now they have the issues. Okay, now the pipe, the, the Nord Stream is out. So I'm talking about both of them, and I just wonder what's your next move, because this is not something that you're gonna go and patch and fix and everything is fine and dandy. On top of that, Russia annexed 20% of Ukraine. That's not easy to swallow. Well, Ukraine said, you know what? I'm going to sign this application. It was so childish. I've never seen any childish signature in my life. Right in the open on a small table. It looked like on a street. And just show off, got the pen. Here I am. I'm going to sign it. That's it. I'm going to join the fast track NATO. Well, NATO didn't agree. Salam, salam from Guled from Somalia. Salam. Yeah, and NATO is like, not that fast, buddy. There's a process. They said even the annexation had a process, and the West was narrating it that Russia delayed the annexation, and it was so funny. Yeah, these countries put their referenda out there and put their ballots on there. They voted. It has to go through the process for Russia to accept. In order for Russia to accept, it has to go through his constitution, and he did all the process until everybody agreed. Yep, you're part of Russia. It's just sometimes things that it being portrayed, it was delayed. There was no delay. It's on time. It's on schedule, and it's exactly what happened. I mean, you call it delay. You think one of the things that they just want to put him as a dictator. Oh, I got four state now annex. Okay, they're part of Russia. No, it has to go through process. It was so funny that yesterday Mexico, when they were talking about annexation, the Mexican president said, "Man, we got so many land that's been annexed. We still cannot do anything about it." That made me laugh. I cracked up. I said, "What Mexico did?" And I wish if I can find that clip. I thought I saved it and to share with everybody. It's like, yeah, we got an annexed, territories. We still don't have access to. So yes, it has everything has a process. So the way they did in Ukraine was so shameful. One of the things is the donation that's been coming in Ukraine. Apparently, none of the people got it, but some of the people that are on top took everything. They didn't even, according to one of these media, said, according to that, they said they have no box left for its own citizens. And we're talking about a nuclear-powered country being bugged. You got to think about that. You can push, but sometimes, they say, make sure your ending is correct. Make sure you're landing in the correct part of it. But again, we all follow these news. I just brought it up. I just brought it up that everybody's aware. Today is just like you're really challenging me. Oh, that was so funny. He said NATO's going to annex the 80% though. Well, you know, the 20% is in. Okay, they cashed it out. But the 80%, that's the buffering zone. That's the upcoming issue. Again, yeah, make sure you understand that 20% is pretty much Russian speaking majority that been bombarded in the past. But it does not mean NATO can come and settle down in the rest of Ukraine. If that was the case, if that was the case, they would announce it. They will tell Zelensky to stop the war, lose your 20%, we'll settle for this part. But how does it sound? I mean, there's a bunch of sellout though. But how does it sound? Oh, lose your 20%. We're just going to be, we'll cover you on the 80%. Do you think on the other side they're going to look at it happening? No. The whole thing is based to really dismantle NATO. And eventually the way it's going, and if it is, in my opinion, you have this major energy crisis, I would stop that war by ceasefire, whatever means that is. And European country has to really urgently find a way to get that gas, that energy. This war ain't gonna be helping nobody. Because at this point, the major mission that have been set has been accomplished. Nothing is going to change it. If you want to change it, there will be other issues that is going to reign, different things. So we got to watch it on how we're going to push this issue. Again, it's funny. 80% will be annexed. Let's see. What is that? We can build Clifton. I even Clifton. We can build Africa faster than they think. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. This is the time. This is the time we're all going to have to look. I'm just going to put an invite. Anybody that can join me on this issue, I really appreciate it. And let me put that in here. Thank you, Mary Antoinette, for putting the GoFundMe. Definitely. And yes, we can build Africa faster than they think. We have the opportunity. And one of the things that we have for any development, it's not just only money. Okay. Only the money movers, people that are really brilliant on creative finance and how they can really infuse the economies. And we have those. We have a lot of experts on how to really get the funding, just like any investment, literally. If you invest this much, you're going to get this much in return. Then you can have some fixed income also out of it. It's just the way we set in the continent has to really improve. Number one thing is communication. Our communication has to be clear. It has to have bullet points, and through the bullet points, and achievement goals. And one of the things that I was going to share today, one of my, you actually I came to this point now. I'm going to share where I'm at with it, and this is going to be my. Let me share. Give me a second. I'm going to share this. Give me a second. Okay. We need to. Okay. This is where the discussion came. We can build Africa, and I'm just going to share this. I don't know if anybody can see this. All right. There you go. This is the Swahili Nation, One Africa Foundation, and this is our logo. Again, I just give a round of applause for coming up with our logo. Any comment on this? Whoever is watching, what do you think? What do you think about the Swahili Nation logo? Anybody commenting? All right. In the meantime, I'm just going to go forward with our discussion. And this is something that, I just jot down a few things and we voted. It's just basically the One Africa business plan. Okay. The One Africa business plan in our presentation. What do we have? So I just look at the next slide. Okay. It's like, okay, One Africa business concept. So our concept and everything is any businesses that we're going to be taking. Okay. We have to have the business concept. To summarize the product, services, technology, concept, or strategy on which your business is based. So I just put an OA on this One Africa business concept. So basically, we can use certain information that we can put together in this concept. And those of you that are really into building business plans and everything else, you can come up and criticize or add to it any comment that you might have. That'll be great. Hey, Ridge, I see you still at work. So great. Thank you so much for your comment. So this is the business comment. You got to summarize the key products, services, technology, concept, or strategy on which your business is based. So you work on this. Anybody that might need even the idea of business plan, this is a very simple one. So I'll go for the next one. Is that for me, as I clearly state the Africans' long-term mission. So our long-term, I just put them, just to bring the idea. I don't know if you guys can read it. That's our mission statement. This is our mission statement. Defend the image and bring back all the heritage of Africa. Decolonize the mind through authentic knowledge and create a bridge for oneness and peaceful Africa. So in this long term, is for the peaceful of Africa for us. So that means the rest of the other business plan that you have has to line up with the mission statement. So we passed with that. And the next one is your market summary. You know, summarize your market in the past, present, and future. If you have a past, you put your information in there. This is just a simple business plan. Nothing elaborate, but think about it. So review those changes in market share, leadership players, market skill, cost, pricing, compilation that prove the opportunity for company success. So you can say African success. Okay. I'm just changing it. It looks good. So I don't know if anybody has any question at this point. I was not going to. I see that. I thought you were gonna. Hopefully, you were gonna join me on this. Yeah, she put. Africa has the youngest population in the world, with 70% of sub-Saharan African under the age of 30. Such a high number of young people is an opportunity for the continent growth. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. All right, so let's go for the next slide. Just a few things, because, like I said, it's going to be a working explanation one Africa. So this is something that I just sampled. Welcome, Antoinette. I got my beautiful lady.
Hello, Vicky.
How are you, Marie?
I'm fine, thank you. I'm fine, thank you. Had a question really. We are seeing a new type of leader in Kenya. I know many people saw him as an unlikely candidate because of his entrepreneurial activities. And I'm thinking, I saw this as a positive change because this is the type of courage that we need at this time. I know people use the word hustler, and I honestly don't know what it means. I keep hearing the word and I took it to mean someone who doesn't have a traditional profession but makes money through selling a commodity. Is that what it means?
You got me on that one. I tried to. I'm going to look at why they call him the hustler. Actually, I thought I started reading
this name
about it.
You know, it sounds to me. It sounds like a term that is very disparaging of people who have the courage to be entrepreneurs. That's what I could be wrong, but that's what it sounds like to me.
But I think let's see. I'm just going to say something. Okay. Another question for you, Marianne. Marianne, what is the opportunity that you can foresee during this chaotic moment for Africa?
One, in terms of the energy deficit, we certainly have to fill the markets. I'm hoping that Uganda and Tanzania don't allow themselves to be intimidated out of developing their resources, because attempts are being made to do this at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
But in terms of energy, the that's definitely an opportunity.
Mm-hmm.
Now that the places that traditionally sold oil are unable to do so in their previous markets.
Mm-hmm.
Then there's also manufacturing. It's surprising that Germany allowed itself to um, be bombarded by the USA, and now their manufacturing industry, which was arguably the best in the entire world, is almost non existent.
Mm-hmm.
As you rightly mentioned, we have a young population. Manufacturing should be easy for us. We are practically minded, which is one of the first requirements,
Mm-hmm.
and we are problem solvers. I think we have to study the problems that people have and find solutions to those problems and manufacture the devices that would embody the solutions to those problems. We have been making cars quietly on our continent, and now that Germany the car industry is almost non-existent at the moment, unless some miraculous change takes place. That is a market that we can capture as well.
So now you know that this energy within that, and you see, within that energy issue, okay, that means all these manufacturers, all these depending on this gas and oil. I think Africa has the opportunity to export the goods that they used to take for them and manufacture it. Now they cannot even manufacture it. There's no electricity. So
Exactly.
this is the opportunity I was talking, as you said. And that's why I love having you, Marianne. You, you are full of wisdom, and you really put us in the edge of rethinking it. So,
I, I forgot to mention, but you mentioned it before, the age of our population. At
mhm,
the moment, France is trying to get its citizens to work for a longer period. It wants to raise the retirement age because they need people to work to pour. Um, well, their economy cannot be sustained on retirees. Um, we have an advantage over France in that regard.
yeah, and the other thing is you see they change. I mean, they changed the age. I mean, the hour that you work per se full time. At one point, it was like 32 hours, and you're
Yes.
full time, considered full time. And within that time that they have now, when they declared about 20 almost 20 years ago, 20 something years ago, when they
Mhm.
declared the average time, they noticed that their health care cost reduced because of people are not stressed, people are having time with the families and stuff like that. So they had a quite a good result. But again, now that same population, as they go, they're healthier than the one that was 40 years ago. So that gives them this study that this new 70 years old is much better than the 70-year-old that was 50 years ago, 40 years
Yeah.
ago. So that's where they want to, that 8 hours per day that you accumulated to be healthy. Now, since you're healthy, then we can get some more out of you. We're going to extend it on your retirement. So you see how it works. Now I'm going to catch up on the other end.
Yes. Yes.
So now that we are here at this chaotic, because the warmongers, like I said, they'll be creating that, oh, it's the end of the world, it's going to be this and that. For me, as they say, if it's going to start raining that way, there's nothing we can help, but we try to stop before it comes to that level, and put our voice in prayers, make sure that it's heard. This is not acceptable. You can put all these sanctions that you want. Basically, if you're going to corner Russia, which is really impossible, it is really, really impossible, because they would have done it a long time ago. They tried.
Yes.
And basically, think about Russia being in a Colgate, or a toothbrush, the paste tube. The more you squeeze it, it's going to pop, because he wants to regain his position. And I don't know why, with all these people, I don't know. There's some, I don't know if education matters anymore, because, yeah, education matters, as we know, but those that are supposed to be educated, they're idiots. They just follow, they're a bunch of followers. They're not leaders. So that's why we call about the leaders, are they really leaders? Because you think you got a leader, but you got a follower, and he's not following the right footstep. But Africa, we have the opportunity to have true leaders. This brilliant mind, some of these minds are not touched, but they live with a high standard of morale, energy. They just need certain information that has not been delivered, and we know it. It's the opportunity. So this is the time that the youth of Africa, whatever, we got to go back into analysis, what Europe supplied and what's going to be in short. And definitely the Kenyan, they call him Hustler Chief. I don't know if you saw on the share. The chief, Hustler Chief in command of Kenya, they call him Hustler. But anyway, he's on the right path, because he is going to be all this semiconductor giant. And it's very important that if that is the move, so let's look on what Europe produced and sell it back big time in Africa, because they're not going to be able to supply that into the world. In fact, whatever European produce year after year, Germany was one of the highest manufacturer in wealthy country. But because of this energy shortage, everything is going to be shorted, and some of the major companies are going to be closing out because they don't have the energy supply.
Yes.
And they don't even have, you see, they don't want to bow down on words that they put out there.
Mm-hmm.
But that's what I call pride. Because by starving your people, oh, you got to sacrifice. It does not make you a great leader. The first thing I'll say, why you didn't go on and discuss this before you get escalated to this level?
Yeah.
Okay?
Mm-hmm.
So you're hurting your people. So now your people are going to be out of a job. If your people are not out of job because of energy crisis,
Mm-hmm.
what's going to happen to your people? Now they don't have money. Now they cannot get warm. They're freezing to death.
I'm sure you've heard all the predictions of uprisings in Europe.
Of course. But I never thought it would come down like in my in my wildest dream,
Mm-hmm.
I never thought. I knew they don't want to have that the second one to be turned on at all to begin with. It wasn't the building what they were making the second stream. Already, U.S. said no. It should not work, and they tried to influence that. And the number two never been commissioned by the German. So it would have been a hope, just in case when tough is tough, whether you like it, you're going to have to come to a certain diplomatic agenda because whatever Russia bite, she keeps.
Mm-hmm.
And besides, it was Russia before, so nothing new. Because it broke out because of certain agreement that, yeah, NATO is not going to expand and all that, but it's the opposite. So now coming back to that level, that's why they keep predicting and saying, oh my God, Russia is probably going to be claiming all her region. I mean, it was a treaty, and they told them was verbal. Whether it's verbal or not, it's been committed, and it's a crime. It's a big crime right now. All this loss of life. Why? So before we even go there, so we have the opportunity as Africans. Whatever Europe used to supply, let's see what we can do to be the suppliers. Let's see, just a few things. You don't have to go on elaborated skill. Just a few things. Come with the whatever that they do. So today I just brought the presentation. My little PowerPoint presentation is just simply, to show you how you can have a way of putting your business plan that'll help you to brainstorm. It can be any business. I just put it as an example as Swahili Nation, just for us as One Africa. But this business plan work for anything. And that's why I said, when opportunity knock at the door, the first thing you got to put together is your business plan. And that's why I brought it into this to the show. That's what I worked on, just to make sure that I put this message to the youth that's going to listen, because few of these slides that I'm showing might not be there in availability or thought of it. So that gives you one more slide that you can add and see your 5 years plans from the date of your concept. From the concept to the strategical planning, all that comes in that order. And eventually, you'll have a robust 5 years projected income and all that. And you'll have your goal and objective that you're going to be putting in. You'll have your team that you're going to have to list, who's going to be doing what. the team organization chart. You're talking about resource that you require, list of personnel, technology, finance, distribution, promotion, products, services. This is what I want to do on, if I can bring on my diaspora talk, one business concept and share it. And those that have the question and the interest, and being able to link them to the specialist that did just that. Just one. Can you imagine? Every Saturday, I'll bring somebody with a business concept, and he's going to be talking just that part, and everybody will receive a package.
That's a wonderful idea, Biggie.
Because I told you, I want to work. I want to make it working.
Yes.
Because that's all it takes. That information itself, it will excel my youth that's out there. I'm looking at them from here to 5 years. Again, today I noted it. It was October 1st, 2022 at 2:55 p.m. Eastern US time, which is 9:55 p.m. East African time. I want to note that. And I really want to see it 5 years from now. With God willing, giving us this health and we get out from all this chaotic moment. Even though I call it chaotic, but it's always, if nothing stops us, we can share that. And everybody can share the same concept that I'm going to lay it out, and how to get my youth to, at least, if you're not in college, at least I'll give you something that you can have your own business, and how you create that business from scratch. And eventually, I have another gentleman that has a leadership classes in Ethiopia, and he was talking about doing something online to help out the rest of Africa. So with this kind of program, then we can accelerate, like what's his name was saying, that we can build. He said we can build Africa faster than they think. That's the concept. It's not a shortcut. Okay, we're going to use models that have been well thought out, functional, with the risks assessment, and what is going to be holding it from executing. These are the kind of businesses we're talking about. Nothing sophisticated, because I'll let the sophistication to come once they get this information. These other critical information is by collecting data. Are they feasible? You do your demographic and feasibility study. What are you selling? Or what are you doing? It's just your business. What is it? You can be school. You're going to specialize on fourth grader, fifth grader, whatever that the grade you pick, and you're going to have all math school.
Yes.
All math school. They're going to be genius when it comes to math. And you don't have to be the teacher. Just having the business concept, you can even hire teachers. And you can have your class full. This is the mind for the entrepreneurs. There are things that you don't have to be the know-it-all, but the concept and the demographic study and what you have in hand is the one that's going to define your future, because your future is in your hand. So if you get those ways of doing businesses, now you're rethinking differently. Now you start understanding it. Now you act upon it and execute. And we'll give you the business plan and how you're going to do it. And it's exactly one of the things that Triangle does. Let me bring a little bit Triangle, just to share with people that they would know how we can incorporate all that information through Triangle. Because Brother Ridge is still working hard on it, trying to deliver it. And I love that he's still working on it. And you saw him on the text. He's still working and trying to join us after work. So let me see. I'm trying to find a triangle on this word. Change. There we go. Here he comes.
You want to support independent economic movements around the world but don't know how? Welcome to Triangle, an independent social economic network right in the palm of your hands. Check on the progress of the projects you are interested in. Watch live videos of the projects that you either donate to or are interested in. Comment on the project with your friends, or contribute to the project while it is live. Check the hottest business plan submission all around the globe. Get an instant update on new business ideas that are submitted through our unique submission system. Upload content about your own business progress. Start a live video to show the world or pictures of your progress. Get personal with the people that had contributed to your project, and also to the people to whom you have contributed to. Search the globe for all the active projects to see what you might be interested in. Start engaging with the future. Sign up for Triangle.
So Africa, a place where poverty and pandemic diseases are originated. The least wealthy continent per capita. The land where the only things to be found are animals, corrupted leaders, poor kids, dirty water and civil wars. People who are in need for help, donations and support, aka the NGO's motherland. For others, honestly, Africa is just a very hot, dark and sad place everyone wishes to escape one day. Well, whether you're an African or not, this thinking isn't new to you, because you have read, heard or felt the same way before. Just type the word Africa on Google right now. Turn on your TV and see what the NGOs portray. Watch movies from Hollywood. Ask your mama, friends, or ask yourself, what is Africa? Yet if you're still struggling to believe, let me ask you this. What comes to your mind when you hear the word Africa? Tell me the first thought that comes to your mind right now. Honestly, tell me right now. But what really is Africa? What is Africa? Listen, there are many theories about the name, but one that is close to the truth is Al-Kebulan. This name translates to Mother of Mankind, or according to other sources, the Garden of Eden, the place where love, peace and unity dwells. Al-Kebulan is an extremely old word. Many nations in Africa use this word, including Ethiopians, Nubians, Moors and Numidians. For me, this isn't just the theory, but the truth. My truth I choose to believe in. As cliche as it sounds, that's the future I'm hoping for. The tomorrow I'm fully determined to see. The dream I am convinced and dedicated to fighting for until it happens. What is Africa for you?
There you have it. So I just brought that up back to back on Triangle and what Africa, that's the cue where I started first. That patriotism and that working together. It is amazing. I know a lot of people worked in a team movement, and when you pursue it together collectively, and when you bring it to fruit, the excitement, the that that overwhelming, unexplainable euphoria that you have, the understanding, the unity of that team is priceless. And that's exactly what I try to put in every African mind. You have to collaborate. You gotta be teamwork. As a team, you'll crack through those opportunities. And at the same time, those that are politicians, let them play their politics. They can do that. So we have to understand that still that teamwork, unity, collective networking always work. And it has to stay African. It has to be African by African ways. And nothing new. Everybody knows that. Because the minute that something comes from the outside, it's crazy. Marianne, you saw there was something that I saw from Ridge that,
The France, the embassy of France
okay,
is
yeah, I
on.
saw that. Is that in Burkina Faso?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, that unrest. So they all together joining Mali movement. Very contagious.
They sent a powerful message.
Very powerful, especially on the chaos that they are in now. Right. Anyway, uh, yeah, you put on the current message.
Yes.
Excellent. There's a lot of moving parts. So today we were talking about opportunities, and those opportunities, as you can see, uh, after all these years that been the other around, Africa should expect something that's going to turn around real quick on because yeah, and you'll survive, but on the survival base, you taking your whole economy and to the ground. For me, if I was a European, it's unacceptable.
Yes.
Unacceptable. Whatever your pride is, whatever that you want to try to do, first my people comes first. Your people got to come first. You want to show solidarity. It doesn't mean you have solidarity by squishing your very own that elected you to be as a leader. And that really going to cost a lot. And that cost, believe it or not, is going to hit Africa. As the dollar getting stronger, okay,
Yes.
as the pound is going down, and the other side, they're going to be declining the dollar with the BRIC systems and every other currency.
Mm-hmm.
It's just getting really out of hand, and the more you're going to put pressure on the currency issue, you're going to have a lot of black markets. A lot of black market out there, and trying to get as much as they can from the currency. People are taking money out from their banks. One of the Ethiopian news said, "Hey, a dollar is like on the black market 100 something, 118. But that's crazy. And Ethiopian has to be together no matter what. Stop this black market, because at the end you're gonna hurt yourself. You think you're taking advantage of it, but that advantage, it will work against you. Whatever the fund that you're gonna get from it. Like Deborah said, uh, I don't know if you remember. She said she deposit her whenever she gives money, she deposited through the Ethiopian bank, because she said basically for me to send it in, let them use it on the black market, it's like introducing, actually endorsing corruption.
Yes.
So you got to protect your country, no matter what. That's what you called, you know, solidarity, sticking together. Because every time you do that kind of exchanges, you're gonna hurt your people, your own people, because you're taking the money from there. So be careful when it comes to currency and sharing that information to others. Hey, I can do this, I can do that, which is really corrupt. Please make sure that you put them back in place. After all, you're gonna hurt the continent. Yeah, everybody is entitled for interest, but when it comes to this kind of violation, it's going to get the country's economy down, way down, and especially when people start taking money out of the banks. Then you have bank issues, circulation issues, and that can be contagious throughout the whole continent. Because for crooks to go across, it's very easy. They can teach that real quick. I wish they can teach Africans how to be really fundamentally sane and making the right decision and trying to help them out to get out of these different miseries. Poverty, the number one is poverty. But you know what? The poverty is global. Okay, it's not just African issue.
Definitely.
But the food security now will have differences. Way different places. Different. I mean, you can go anywhere. The poor guy cannot afford to buy whatever that the middle or the rich can afford. That difference is there. I'm not at that level of calling for socialism or communism. It's just giving people opportunity. You see in the U.S., all some of the top lawyers, doctors, people that really were highly educated, you'll find them in a homeless shelter. You'll find them homeless
Yes.
because their brain overworked. They're like, how can I deal with this disparity, these differences? And these are genuine people. In fact, I met a guy. He was a lawyer. He just gave up, and every time that he was representing crime bosses, okay, and what he see what happened on the effect, and he's protecting them, and they do more harm, more dangerous things, and then he start talking to his conscience. He just said, "Hell with this." He walk away, and he got drowned in his booze. He got drowned in his drugs, and that was it. There are a lot of intellect. The conscious hit them back where they just drop everything. It's all over the world, and we don't want this kind of things to happen to our people. We want to keep them sane. The truth is the truth. It is
Yeah.
what it is. There are people that really defend the criminal of the criminals. Okay, and using the legal system, then identify if there's a corruption or a hole or loophole and correct that loophole. But again, when it goes to the Justice Department, oh no, don't touch that. We spent so many times in here, don't even think about it. So some young lawyer will come in and he's got a whole life ahead of him. You find these, he changed it. That's how we progressively have changed because of the youth that are coming in and make changes. If you really look at into the leadership generation right now, these are people that lived through the Cold War. Anybody that lived through the Cold War and always heads on and looking at each other and taking the world the way it is now. And which it shows right now in our face what we're facing. So for Africans, my message today, we have opportunity. First, we got to clean up house. You got to clean yourself. Truly, truly, are you African? Not by birth, but inside. Are you harnessing yourself to be true African? I can relate life for Africa. Question yourself. If you answer that question consciously, you will align with those that are really ready to give their life for the continent. Because each African nations are represented in one nation, one Africa. So that means I'm asking you all the way through your community, are you willing to sacrifice yourself to protect your community, your family, your friends, your colleagues? Because that's what Africa is about. With all these different countries, different nations, with all that, our common goal is to protect our neighbor, our family, friends, colleagues, businesses. Because the farmer is farming to feed you all. Are you protecting your farmer? Is he getting the right product? Is he going to have a GMO? I'm just saying. Protect, protect. So if everybody protects in his own environment, what they learn is to protect one another and stand together. And you start unity. And that becomes like a brush fire across the region, across the nation, across the continent. But again, we have to really put down our feet and start counting. Today is October 1st, 2022. With Xavier willing and we're alive, we're going to see 2027. And we're going to take this conversation, this very conversation where we're at. You'll be amazed what we can do. There's a lot of works that's been going on. And today, to that work to be successful, I ask all Africans, are you African enough? Not by birth, but person, you. How strong you are to lay your life for that cause, to protect, to serve those that are going to be serving the public section. How willing are you? The future that's going to be in those offices. They're only 20 years old. And those of you that's going to listen to this conversation 5 years later are going to say, well, this is what we came, this is where we are. Because a lot of the AU 2063 agendas, it can be accomplished a lot earlier. A lot earlier. The question is, how African are you? That's our question. And when you answer that question, no matter what, your Africanism, your being African will come true. Because you question yourself and got the answer yourself. The bottom line is to bring Africa up in the priority lane and be respected and have equal opportunity in the globe. Because just building Africa, if we're not really interacting with the rest of the world, what good is it? We're not planning to do or be an island, a big continental island. We need to know how to interact with the rest of the world. But this time, much more leverage in the equal stand. And this is the other opportunity that we can work on. Go ahead, Maritana, you were going to say something.
Oh no, I was agreeing with what you were saying. I'm wondering, but you made me think when you said, what good is it if we're not interacting with other continents? And I'm wondering, what form is that interaction going to take now that the powerful members of the world stage are now taking a back seat? We have to make sure we don't leave a vacuum that will be occupied by people who do not wish us well. As you mentioned in a previous stream, you're seeing other countries taking more interest in African affairs than even we are. The name of besides WEON, there's another set of political analysis on other channels held by private individuals, and they are analyzing African affairs with even more enthusiasm than Africans.
Yes, I saw that. And I think there's one first post. There's another one.
Yes, first post is one of the main ones.
Mm-hmm. And they've been banned on YouTube.
Yes, they have a backup app, which everyone is being encouraged to download because they're being YouTube has been giving them a hard time.
Mm-hmm. They pick a lot of the they have TFI is another one that has TFI Africa.
Yes.
And the first post is the same thing, more into Africa.
Mm-hmm.
Because all these channels, they look by putting all these news and everything else as the opportunities uh, that we as Africans can take advantage of, even though they bring it as a news as the in the content, but they are really digging into the African affairs, and we should have our own, that really can go dive in deeply into the African issues. Wyon is kind of now they start replacing the anchors and everything else and bring it to the uh, uh, not per se, let's say, not the Indian version of English, but they hiring more whites, coming in into the uh, explaining situation. If it is in the Washington area or in the West area, they'll bring a white person in order to speak it the way they're going to be understanding it, trying to put some message across. So kind of tactical, you know what I mean? You can see as they change. It's the same thing with Al Jazeera. When Al Jazeera started, was like it is what it is, and they even have very graphic pictures whenever there's when they blow a bomb or anything else, the jihadists and all that came about, and they got a warning from the West, and this is the Emirate channel,
Yeah.
and then they start coming in. Okay, we're gonna align, basically to compete with BBC, CNN. So they have to make some adjustment, and after the adjustment, they still, you know, they still bring in some truth, and some of the truth is very contradictory onto what the West want to hear, and they took them off from the cable systems. So, as you can see, they can grow in certain ways. We saw them how they grow, and then now they became even worse because they're more into the West. I think they're trying to regain also the competition back, but again, at what cost? If you got the truth, you stick to the truth. And it was uh, called a bias station, more jihadist and all kind. They gave them all kind of name, and that's where now really I don't rely on certain information now that comes from these kind of channels because they went on transformation to appease the West, basically to cater to the West languages, and eventually they're going to drop certain facts that's been the foundation of their company. So you can see that within the last 6 7 months on how these changes, because of the war between Ukraine and Russia, uh, it gave them uh, the gap. It's like a football fan, You got the Russian side, you got the Ukraine side. So if you Ukraine side, you're gonna be definitely West side, you know. And and Africa is right there. Say, no, 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 no. This is not my beef. I'm not gonna go through this, and that's why you see all these influences that's coming. And in fact, it's very interesting that the Ukraine signing the NATO application, and then you have the Russian annexation. It went through the Security Council, and it got vetoed by Russia. And now, as usual, like last time, when it came to the sanction, they're going to bring it to the General Assembly. And I just want to see how they're going to react on that
Yes.
general election. Because I don't think that old machine is going to work this time. Because there's a major, major energy issue. Even if you force into not recognizing the annexed countries, or part of Ukraine, Russia is not going to flinch. And that's the most that I would say when it comes to the General Assembly to really, really think about it, because this is not about giving Russia a sanction. It's basically denying Russia of things that she was crying about, and the cause and effect at that level. We just don't want Africans again to be in the same voting patterns, because it's kind of very sensitive, because you have the UN charter that sovereignty has to be respected, but at the same time, before this war starts, what was the cause and effect to why these people just went out there and voted, to join Russia? So that question is, are you going to do another referendum that internationally known, or are you going to be, I mean, you're using United Nations, so which way you're going to go, and the decisions that is going to come, it's kind of, I want to put it away, there'll be more pressure than the previous one about sanctioning Russia. It went very well for them because of the way they put the pressure on the other countries. But now it's going to be very interesting, because this is what they call the annexation, and at the same time you got the other one going for NATO application, which NATO said no, not that fast, but it's not going to happen that way. So it seems like he did it in spite of what happened, but it's not going to work that way. So we're going to have to see, our leaderships in Africa should be very strong, make sure that they make the right decision, because India abstained. He doesn't want to be part of it. Same thing with China. And they should see some of the big boys' decisions, why they said no, they abstained. And
Yes.
that was going to be, Africa got 55 countries to represent. And out of those, if the same number goes on the other side, there'll be a major blow. So let's hope they do the right thinking. And again, the question is, are you truly African? That's the question, if anything happens.
Yeah.
Because that one Africa, one nation is going to be in question. That's what you're going to see.
Do you know what I was thinking about earlier this morning? It was something that you had said on a previous stream. People have been calling Africa a country, and many people feel, a little peeved by this, but it could actually backfire and work out well for us. Instead of calling us a continent of different countries, when they keep calling Africa one country, meaning which would mean one unit, I think eventually it may be a self-fulfilling prophecy.
Yeah, I recall the conversation. Is that I don't know if you remember, there was a resolution 538, and that resolution 538 is that came in, that would be presented. I don't know if it is presented now. It was about the making of the second United States of Africa, and I was saying, what do you mean the second? Where's the first? And we're the one. And we're the one on our show, we were discussing, oh, hey, by the way, really, if you look at it, there will be two United States. That's what we said. It's going to be United States of Africa and then United States of America. That's the topic that we talk. But whoever wrote it, okay, we said the second USA, and they said we're going to help into the making of the of the second United States of Africa. Instead of saying the second USA, United States of Africa, they just went and said, they just wrote it. And in fact, I shared that clip. They wrote it, they're making the second United States of Africa. And that one, the question is, where's the first one?
Yes.
It's just literally some of the people just picking up words and they just write it the way they feel, and then they don't see the ramification behind it. It's like, no, that's not. That's when I was, on last conversation I said we should call it the United Nation of Africa, and then I just had my own sister criticize me, and she said, "Why replicating them?" She said, "Why United Nation? You know, you still got that word United Nation." Because for me, I was going to say UNA, and I had I think about a few votes on the comment, and they said, "Yeah, we like the sound of UNA." And now I'm just completely. In fact, I give everybody an assignment to come up with a different word. You know,
Yes.
instead of being the United States of Africa. I mean, one Africa. When you know, it's, the one should be gone once is one Africa. So even for the movement, you know, we should have, at the end of the day, once Africa is united, it's going to be Africa. There will be, you know, we want to kill the word United Nation. You see what I'm saying? We don't want that. It's one nation. It's one nation, one Africa. So that's the end of what Africa is going to look like. When people look at it, they gave us the name Africa. In fact, even that word Africa, and some of the renaming on who we are. Abu Akan, you know, that was one of the first African name, and I haven't really, like you say, America, okay, and then they say, wait a minute, the America is like North, Central, and Southern. So for us, it should be one Africa, and we don't have the North and South of it. If we're going to go at the beginning in the regional aspect of it, it will be different naming convention. But at the end of the day, it's going to be one word, Africa. Just like the way they call it Europe. You know, when you call Europe, is Europe. When you call Africa, is Africa. And then when it comes to America, is America. Chinese, you know, the same thing, Chinese. Russia is Russia. And so things like that, you know, the Middle East as it is, you know, everybody cannot take the name Middle East. They got to break them down. Europe, they go, you know, European nation. So that nation stuff, you know, is putting. We know, you know, when just for the sake of the naming, they say EU, whatever, but we want to stay away from that kind of naming convention. So we should have our own original naming convention. What do you think?
I agree. Yes. I think
Yeah,
so.
because every time you say nation united, I mean, it's just kind of redundant, you know. Like England is United Kingdom, you see. They didn't call them United Nation. I mean, United Nation of England. They call them United Kingdom. They were different. So for us, also for the continent, we should find our own way of name our continent.
Because all three terms seem to have a negative connotation: United Kingdom, United Nations, and United States of anything. It would remind them too much of the past, I suppose.
Yeah. That's why I said we need to move forward with a different naming. It doesn't mean we forget our past, okay? Our past always there, It's just we don't want to repeat.
Yeah.
That's the whole movement. We don't want the past to repeat in different form, in different style, you know, because it's going to come and hunt us down in the future. Still, it's going to be a trip hazard, like I said.
Yes. Yes.
You know, so we're going to try to avoid all this trip hazard that's been laid and all these mines that been laid and mining it and make sure that Africa really is in the right path for a peaceful move. And that's how we're going to be going together by understanding the past and where the trap is being set. Make sure that we take the traps out and we go forward, including our name.
Yes.
You know, African Union. You're not going to call the whole thing African Union.
Mm-hmm.
Even from name picking. Okay. One more that I want to put in here is the change campaign. Love that video. Let me share that with you. Welcome back, everybody. Again, these are the really what I talked about, the change, and to be the change. And that change start with ourselves. Mika's putting all that effort, all these things for us to be able to discuss these things. Definitely, these few clips that he put together, they're very powerful and they mean a lot. There's a lot of message behind them. And I just don't want them to collect dust. I just want to make sure they're always live with us, always presenting them, because that's who we are. We're Africans. And these are made by African. And they hit the point. How to get certain things done, you know. And these are few messages. When you see that that clip itself, it gives you this feeling, you know, beautiful, well designed clips. So again, I want to thank Mika for putting those beautiful clips for us. And there's another one that I want to share is Bir Tawil, Egypt-Sudan border. That's another amazing little clip also. Here you go.
The geopolitics of the world never got crazier. This is the most craziest place on earth because this is the portion of land which is owned by absolutely no one. Like, this is the land which is independent. It's not yet colonized. It's not owned by any state. You see, Egypt has some claims to the land of Sudan, and Sudan has claims to the land of Egypt. And if any of the two nations claim this land, they will have to lose all other claims to their neighbor. Like Egypt will have to lose their claims to Sudan, and Sudan will have to lose their claim to Egypt if they take this land. And this land is really not that productive. It's really a desert place. So they chose not to claim it. So this is the only portion in the world which is owned by absolutely no one. And today, I declare that this is Marsfield Kingdom.
I love it. It's just
Me too.
right in the middle. Nobody claimed it. Like nobody claimed that land. That when I played it last time, I was like, "What?" I was looking at it and I said, "Oh my God, I didn't know." These are the thing that we need to get to know, and getting this kind of information, it's kind of a nice, really picture too, real desert. The other person that I want to play is the Lake Nation. That's another clip that Mika worked on. Here you go.
113 kilometers northwest of Arusha, in the East African Rift Valley system, lies one of the world's most extreme environments teeming with odds-defying life. Lake Natron breaks the record for the most alkaline lake in the world, with some parts reaching the pH of 10.5, courtesy of its high amount of a chemical called natron, which is a mixture of sodium carbonate and baking soda. The lake is close to an active volcanic mountain called Odonyo-Ringai, and the daytime temperature in this neighborhood is by itself a wonder to see, with some parts of the lake reaching temperatures as high as 60 degrees Celsius. But despite this, the lake hosts a large concentration of birds and is the world's most important breeding site for the lesser flamingos, which feed on alkaline tilapia and the alga in the lake's ecosystem.
Another beautiful clip. It's just amazing, and I encourage anybody that had their own video that you created, or if you have a little clip like showing a certain part of Africa, again, you can email them to Mika directly, and he'll put them together, and we'll see some more video of true natural habitats in Africa, in the continent. There are so many beautiful videos out there, pictures, different nation, different culture, and a few of these things that is your own personal that you can share, because we're not going to be looking into infringement, patent, and all kind of story. So we keep it clean, and it's provided by our own family. So that'll be greatly appreciated. And keep bringing them, and Mika will do his magic on them. Right, Marianne? I'm sorry, anyway.
Yes, I got my connection back.
Yeah, no, I saw you dropping.
Yeah.
I saw that. Thank you. So part of the thing that I was sharing earlier, and I'm trying to, it's like, I always believe that if you show something and you want to highlight it, and it is something that always work into creating organization and how to really write your business plans. I really want to have a business plan that's been executed and where the company is at following a specific business plan, even though you don't get all the financial informations. And all these big major companies, they all have a master business plan, and it gets revised on quarterly basis if something that needs to be changed. But after it got really solid and in existence of 5 years, from that 5 years anniversary, then you go for the next 5, and you tweak it again where your failures are. Maybe your organization chart changes depending on what kind of business now you achieving. So from that aspect of it, my true advice, this is my true experience. I've done different businesses. Personally, I had my own businesses, and a few things that I didn't. I got out from my comfort zone. Tried out something very successful. Lost my partner, so I lost 2 partners, and a lot of things that has a key players in the dynamic of the company. And at the same time, now that I have that experience, I want to share information that in your formation of this, we're talking about African opportunities. We have opportunities now. So before this opportunity gets shut down, and being there is how to put yourself together and look at you into picking on these opportunities and what you can do with it. Is that the key people that you're going to be really looking for the dynamic of the company? They call them the principal experts of the company. It has to have some kind of redundancy to really, just in case, Mother Nature is, as the world goes with COVID and all that, that's one of the example. But at the same time, there are different things that happen in the human life. It can be a natural cause. Sometimes it can be an accident. Things happen. So when it comes to your key principal personnel you have to evaluate, how would this company would survive without them? Because now you have this part of expertise because your partnership is that. But at the same time, you have to have a plan B, that you can have another source that you can really bring them in. Let's say they're ill, they can be, anything happens, but you need somebody that's going to be fulfilling their specific roles. So when it comes to opportunity, you have to really look into the way you're going to be looking at your business plan. And this business plan will help you on how to really follow through on things that you do. So that's why today's topic was the opportunity that Africa can take advantage, and how we are from the bottom up. So if I put this information from bottom up, if you really think when I start writing some of the business plan, it make you think. Sometimes I may not be able to finish that one slide 2-3 days, because you need to think about it. You need to read what are you getting involved with. So it's not easy, as you can see that I showed it on the PowerPoint. Okay, but at least for me, the younger generation really is a smart generation. I don't know. I don't know if you notice, Marie Antoinette. Marianne, help me on that one.
Yes,
You know,
I need to do a little, what should I say, a very brief history of our education system as former colonies of England and perhaps France. I'm not sure, but the former British colonies, if you observe their education system, they streamline very young people prematurely. So the people who are good at science and choose to do science subjects are not allowed to do the business subjects, and those who choose the business subjects are not allowed to do any science subjects. If they are very lucky, they're allowed to do one. So that's why we have very brilliant people with degrees but poverty stricken. And then you have people who have a business mind, but we're not allowed to develop their talents in other areas other than just administration. So everybody is a sort of caretaker for foreign powers to exploit their resources. Everybody is playing a caretaker role, and we have not been able to pull ourselves out of this and become fully independent. The education system that prevented some people from studying business and others from being, it prevented everyone from being fully well-rounded, which explains why we have not been independent. It is not laziness. This has been by design. So this is why what you are doing, Biggie, is extremely important to all of us.
see, my younger age, my father was accounting executive, okay? And at the same time, he had this other profession that he would love to have, right? And then I thought there was another. It's in the health sector, okay? A lot of the herbal medicine and stuff. He was very, very deep into that. And the third one is that he really wanted to have a store, a clothing store. And ever since I was young, for me, it's like how you juggle, you got your 9-to-5 job, okay? And then you have this passion about herbal medicine, into really deeply getting involved with that. And at the same time, he has all these doctors around him that always want to challenge him, but at the same time, he challenges them and he wins. And they find him very fascinating. So he's got to interact with them. He respected humanity, and he respected, there's a certain line that he cannot cross, in what he calls it, dignity. And he was really, because this man is sick, it doesn't mean that I have to ignore him.
Yes.
And I'm going to keep his dignity, whatever they perform. You do understand? And have that really, the way he look at the world and the way he pass it on to me is to have respect for humanity. And the dignity is very important. Do not dehumanize a man that God created. Because he said at the end, my question is, who are you? The Creator created him in such a way, and who are you to judge?
Yes.
And he was very adamant about that. And every time he has other partners that are in the same. They do a lot of goodwill work. You understand? People that cannot afford things, or people even that afford things, they've been helped, but they are more passionate of small things, that you think is small, but it kills a lot of people. You know what I mean? Infections, like something cuts you, or something like tetanus and stuff. There's different things that you can use, in order to protect yourself, or doing the healings. And on top of that, he he ended up by having the store. And I'm like, I said, this man is, like, he's busy. But for me, I don't understand it at the time because I was very young. But when later on, I kind of had this discussion. I said, Dad, are you a workaholic? That's what I asked him. You know what he asked me? What he asked me? He said, did I ever any day of the weekend not spend a day with you?
Wow.
And then he made it worse. This is after you grow up. You grow up and you are on the level with. I'm talking about. I was 25. 20 what between 20 25 when I start putting things around. Trying to understand my father and who he is. And he said another thing. He said, "Who are you having breakfast in the morning?" And that was another blow. Do you see what I'm saying? For me, I'm talking about from the Western mind being workaholic because I heard the word. You understand? Because
Yes.
my dad at the time had 3 jobs, right?
Right.
You understand? He's got his passion, 3 jobs. Okay. And then he said, he I always been home for lunch. I said, man, that's another blow.
Yes.
You understand? And then he said, how dare you, from your comparison and your friendly little things that you have in America, calling me workaholic, and you have nothing that you missed in your life when it comes to your father. My father was with me, unless he has a trip, unless there's other occasion, just a normal life. Monday through Friday, I had breakfast with him. I had lunch with him. The weekend, we slaughtered a sheep together. We skin it
Yes.
together, provide food together. On Sunday, we go to church together. If it is a long weekend and we're trying to get away from the city, he packed his family. We'll drive maybe 100 kilometers, 120 kilometers, have a nice weekend with his family. I remember the day that there's this famous tree in Africa, they call it grar. It's all with pine in it, We'll be sitting under a tree for weekend lunch. Okay. On a Sunday, we'll have different programs. And he said, did I reminded you too much, son? And I'm like, Dad, I said, I was lost in the West. Never again. Never again. My father taught me how to dance, and the whole family. He was a tap dancer. He was a ball dancer. People used to get jealous when he dances with his daughters. And they always said, oh my God, this old man is going to be taking those youngs. But that he was dancing with his daughters. I'm talking about a ball dance. So in life, I wish that to all kids. Because for me, I took the little West notion. Maybe I've been in this country maybe that time 7 6, but 7 years, 7 years. In 7 years later, that I arrived in U.S., that's when I started questioning about my upbringing, because everybody was talking to certain issues. You know, I don't know if you remember those issues, certain shows that they talking about the parents being workaholics and not paying attention to the kids and everything else. So
Yes.
for me, it dawned on me, my father got 3 jobs. You understand? Well, the third job was a very brief, but still, he tried, and always spent time with his family. I remember, and I see what a great father I had. And God bless his soul. He was a wise man, and he passed on very important lessons into how I am or who I am right now. And I'm very grateful. And when I think about him on things that he did, for all of you that listen to this conversation, my father was more than a hero, more than anything. And I had to dare questioning him when I reached 25, that he was workaholic. And to the day, I still question myself, how dare you questioning him? Or is this an influence? Because this same influence happened to all Africans that came into the United States.
Yes.
And I had this beautiful conversation with my father. He had to remind me, you understand?
Yeah.
He said, every Sunday, did I ever miss the Sunday? Then he reminded me my Saturday. Then he went back in the weekdays. He reminded me the breakfast every morning. Then he reminded me the lunch. Every day. He dropped me off to school, picked me up from school. I mean, I'm a spoiled brat with a loving father. Our father, 6 kids. And I'm very proud of my father. I don't know why I brought them together on this conversation, but yes, it might be personal, but for those of you that's our fathers with young kids, do the best you can, because I'm not going to question you about being workaholic or not, but it's just, don't be at that questioning moment where your kid asks you, oh, Dad, you work too much. Never paid attention to. For me, he paid attention to me and my family's a pack of 6 kids. And he paid attention to all of us. And I questioned him at the age of 25. Oh, Dad, you're a workaholic. Which end am I talking about? It's just the media, right? Yeah, yes. So the media, I took the media without realizing, and I don't know, I think it was accusing my father about it. So I'm so glad I expressed that, because I was going the wrong way, the wrong mentality, something that never happened, that never can think of. And your own father reminding you from Sunday, He didn't say, I've been there with you. He could have yelled and said, I've been there with you every day. And his statement would have been 100%. No, that's not how he drilled it into me. He said, every Sunday I'm with you because he knows he's in America and he knows what's going on. He said, every Sunday I was with you. And then he said, Saturdays, you remember when we slaughter the sheep and provide food for the family? I said, oh, okay. Okay. And then he said, how about the breakfast Monday to Friday before you go to school? I said, man, this guy's talking too much. The next thing he said, how about the lunch we have together Monday to Friday?
Yes.
And we always had lunch together anyway. You see the way he brought me back to reality.
Mm-hmm.
So those of you out there, we got a lot of brothers out there, diaspora, especially listening to different medias. And for us at that time, I don't even have internet. We don't have any, no phone to carry, nothing. In that little tiny time, the technology was TV. Okay, everything that you get is from TV information, right? Within that information, I questioned my father that took care of me Monday through Sunday. He was there for me. And I questioned them without realization. So that means that every time that I lived, every moment that I lived in the United States, a little chunk of me that was well taught and understood was taken away from me. And guess who's the workaholic?
Yes.
I am.
Mm-hmm.
You clock in, you clock out.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
But the best thing that I did is spend as much possible time that I got Monday through Friday through my kids and the weekends.
Mm-hmm.
It's one thing that I really trickled down. So the opportunity is now to understand where you come from and what you do going forward. So I was one of the few lucky ones.
Yes.
A father that achieved his being parent at the same time that achieved his hobby, as you can put. But actually, he wanted to work on it. After he retired, he really worked on it 100%. And at the same time, a professional. He was an accounting administrative executive. And had major African regions and as well part of Europe. Mm-hmm. And I didn't know, when it comes to that, it's just unbelievable. You know what I mean? So don't just because you saw somebody's life and they define something and you call workaholic. No, my father lived beautifully. He enjoyed life, and he always said, if I had to do it again, he said, I'll do it again. And that gives you that ever since. I mean, we're very connected. God bless his soul now. He passed away, but we were very connected until I came into the United States and he was there. And there was a lot of things that was deferring me and trying to get me into another level. But at the same time, he came in here and then we put that to rest. We never argued and we just put it to rest. Mm-hmm. He just, this is how you're going to be, the father of your children.
Yes.
And I'll tell all the fathers out there, be the father of your children. And when I say that, it's 100%. Because that kid will remember. Even though I was so close with my father during the years in Africa, when I came into West, I got corrupted. I just tell you right up front. I'm not gonna deny that. I questioned a father that was there with me Monday through Friday, and I called him he was a workaholic.
Mm-hmm.
Try to calculate that. You know, your father is there Monday through Friday.
Yes.
You know, have breakfast with me, have lunch with me, and then we provide. You know, we don't have to go to a grocery store to bring meat. There's a lot of our own meat. We make our own meat together. I'm right there next to him, and I forgot all that. In 6-7 years that I was in the United States and separated from my father. So imagine what it does to all diaspora that's been separated from their family for these long years.
Yes.
This is my personal experience. You forget that your dad fed you. You forget that your mom fed you.
Yes.
You've been a spoiled brat, but you didn't even know it. Now you're going to look at them and say, hey, you know what? They're backward. You are backward. Rethink it again. This is your question today. Are you African enough?
Yes.
You see, I'm just giving, you know, when I pray today, I'm going to tell you the truth, the way it is. And it just happened to have this conversation.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
Make sure you understand. Go ahead, Marianne.
I think you certainly answered the question, are we African enough? Because we are constantly being subtly influenced without realizing it.
Absolutely. Absolutely. That's what I'm trying to bring that information, you see. And I wish people come in this panel and take part of this kind of conversation when you become a diaspora. The disconnect that you experience from the mother Africa coming in any part of the West. Now you probably left young age, and that in fact affects you a lot because you are separated from your family for so long time. You just basically you're getting so much influence on what's going on out there, and then you try to pick and choose. Okay, I got this, I got that, I got that. You know, and you put that unreal reality in your mind. Man, in Africa, I was abused. I used to get some whipping. You know, not only my parents, but the lady in the neighborhood used to whip me. But the question that they never answered is why you got whipped. You know, it happens in Africa. Whipping is there. And I'm telling you, I got some whipping, but I never complain about it because I know what I've done. And I admit I was in the wrong. Mm-hmm. Was it excessive? No. It was good punishment. You think I'm going to do it again? I don't think so. And the good, beautiful thing that my dad did on top of that is that after he whips you, he apologized. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And then I'm like, what do you mean? He said, because He said, my love to you is so dear, it's so deep to me, but I
Yeah.
have to do it. You know, I have to put something that you're going to remember.
Yes.
And never, never, ever, you touch my face, my father will kill somebody.
Mm-hmm.
He never slapped me. He never, 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 ever. None of our siblings. He
Mm-hmm.
said, "Come here. You come in. You got big hand. Whoops! Right
Mm-hmm.
under your ear. Don't you ever do that?" And then he regrets it. He always said, "I wish I could do differently." But again, it's just it's a reaction, and you get used to it. And a lot of people, when they experience these when they're young and they are separated young without being matured, at the age of 14, 12, you leave the continent and then you start growing here. The influence comes, oh, there was whipping, there was, oh my God, that was abuse, that's child abuse, there was this. And now there's that disconnect more and more. They put more hate into your understanding, and then the kids get so confused. My parents were mean, you know what I mean?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And they didn't understand. They didn't get the message. So that's where the problem lies. So what I said to everybody is like, hey, are you African enough to make that decision? And where you're gonna stand? It's very important that when I put this message, is that everybody has his own will. But use good judgment. Be sane. And that is by supporting one another and everybody else supporting and having these kind of stories out and
Yeah.
helping other Africans that are in diaspora that came in young and been disconnected, and when they go back it's kind of oh my God, this is the first thing they would say, oh my God, this is backward. Was it there? No, no.
Mm-hmm.
You got to embrace it. It's your job to do something about it, because that's where you were, that's where you left it. If you didn't see any improvement, so there's something wrong.
Yeah.
And the diaspora should realize that. It's not everything like well paved, everything is there. You got toilet paper, you got this. But things change. It's different.
Mm-hmm.
And you don't just depreciate that because you didn't see that. Some of these I'll call them cosmetics, but more the thing that you're gonna do is you'll have a lot of organic stuff in there, which you're not gonna recognize it because you're so blind, because you've been blessed. And so people have to understand where they come from.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on one second, okay? Let me see that.
Okay, Biggie.
So anyway, I'm back. Sorry, my Antoine.
That's okay.
Uh, how do you see this disconnect though? How can it be, let's say, one leaves, usually when you leave from Africa, either you're going to go on the conventional way, get the visa, and pursue higher education, as they say, or sometimes they're going to be going through the desert and seek opportunity. And
Yeah.
some of them make it, some of them don't. In general sense, I would say to all the African brothers and sisters, take it to the conventional way, the safest route. And how do we do that? This is another opportunity how to prevent the youth going through the desert and escape through getting through the Mediterranean, capsizing. You've seen all these kind
Yes.
of things. How can we? It's another opportunity for Africans because if we taught well and we pass it on, what happened and show them pictures and stuff, things that happen really while you're doing the illegal way of migration, how many life uh, died, in that journey, and how to make it official to go from one area to another, how to legally obtain it, the visas, passport, and everything else. So, what do you say on that to advise?
One of our main goals should be um, working on a collective source of capital to start businesses. I'll give you an example. I have a few medical instruments at home. Very, what should I say? Well, by general standards, I have more than most people, but still not enough to start a proper office. And I would have to win the lottery, which I don't play, to start. And that is what has kept a lot of our people very frustrated and feeling hopeless.
Hmm.
And now there are people who studied medicine around the same time that I did, and now they are doing other things for that same reason. We lost some really brilliant minds for that reason. I'm seeing two of them, one who was born in Haiti and another who was born in Cuba, and they are both massage therapists in the USA. You see, doctors are becoming all kinds of other things because of the intense gatekeeping.
Wow. Wow, that's it. So we still have that issue though, even in
Yes,
Africa. It's muting Marathon.
yes.
It's muted. No, he
Yeah,
said both of them just came into the United States and
yeah,
yeah,
they went to the United States. They were studying for the exams, for equivalency,
Mhm.
and eventually became massage therapists instead. Because there's the gatekeeping is so intense in the USA that they're throwing brilliant people out of their professions. We've all seen computer engineers driving Uber and other things for which they were not trained.
Mhm. That we know. That I even gave you in the history of copy.
I remember your story. I remember. And there's intense gatekeeping in all the professions in the USA. And that's why the USA is not getting the best out of everyone, because people cannot practice in the areas in which they are passionate. It's not a good nation building strategy practiced by the USA at all. Hello, BJ.
Hey, how's everybody doing?
Hi, BJ. Welcome to the show.
Thank you for having me.
I
Yeah,
thought he
Marie
didn't gonna show
Antoinette,
up
you're
today.
absolutely correct. In the past, we used to have innovators, and even though they didn't have much, but they would go tinker in the garages and wherever, and would just create things. Now think probably in the early 80s, it became intellectual properties. So now if you go in this company and you develop something, it's not yours, it's the company's. And then you have all these laws and rules that now the company owns it. So there's no incentive on that end. And on the opposite side, you know, here they're saying we don't have enough people to fill all these jobs, but yet you're not giving any opportunity to people. So now they're saying, oh, because we don't have enough people to fill all the jobs, we're going to roll back requirements of a master's and bachelor's degree to try to get people into these. But it's a game. It's a game that they're playing. If they want people to be innovative and to work, they know how to make that happen.
And they never delivered on that front of putting the people with their passion. There's always another negating point that's going to happen.
Well, I mean, it's like we're a bunch of cattle. You know, like you have the cows, and they have in those gates, and you know, like how to steer them to this direction, how to steer them in that direction, so they can go to, you know, to be milked or to slaughtered or whatever. It's the same thing with us, because what they'll do is say, oh, we need all the IT professionals because we have all these jobs out here, and we're going to make all this money, and you'll be able to do X, Y, and Z, and you'll be able to, you know, buy all these wonderful things, and you know, this is what's needed. So everybody starts jumping on that, whether they want to do it or not. It's like, well, hey, the income level is good. I can survive on that, instead of finding out what people are passionate about and what they're actually really good at. In America, it's one dimensional. You know, you don't have, like in the past, I'm good at music, I'm good at engineering, I'm good at creating things, I'm good at. In the past, we were able to fulfill all of our, you know, passions and desires and what we were good at. Now you only sort of steered into one direction. And then on the flip side of that, we don't have time anymore. I mean, you're working 10, 12, 13, 14-hour days. And then with a 2-hour commute. And don't have kids in the middle of that.
When?
I agree 100%.
When they have the time.
We don't.
Yeah.
And that's by design.
By the way, just to throw something in the fire, is that when you know, the vaccine that you all received, when it comes to the young one, it affected the period. So,
oh yes,
you're not going to have a baby.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Oh, that, the heart. I mean, it's so many things on with that. It's just, I'm afraid to see. Well, I might not be here 30 years from now, but anyway, 30 years from now, I'm gonna be afraid of what's going on, because again, even here, there's more people passing away in their 40s than in their 80s.
Oh.
Yeah. Wow. That was another hit. So, to bring you back on some of the conversation today, BJ, I don't know if you were listening.
No, I was running around doing a couple of things.
Oh, you forgot about Swahili Nation One Africa. Oh.
I would never do that, but you know we don't get notifications anymore.
You don't get notification?
No. BJ is right. You don't. No.
Oh my God.
Yeah, we've been shadow banned.
And sometimes even when I go out there to look on my list and say, okay, it's about that time for the start, it doesn't even show on the list. Then I'll go and search under it, and it doesn't show at all. So I'm like, oh, okay, maybe they're not doing it today, or maybe I missed it. You know, it's right. Everything is out of sync.
You know, so funny that my show start too, right? Unless I have a technical issue, I did it maybe once or twice, 2:15, right? And that's technical issue, right? But there are times, you know, what I've been prepping, you know, from when I conclude my show, that same time I'm prepping for next week, you know, just
right.
how I'm gonna do about. And in fact, I'll give you this. It's not a secret, but you have to read it and get to that point. It is about. Um, I have mini days. Okay, I have a mini days. They're not scheduled. They're not tasked. They're not in any shape or form where I clock them in, because anything that you put on the schedule is schedule, right? Anything that you put on task is task. It's there, right? It's if you got to pay your bill, you're gonna
But
pay your
no,
bill.
Vicky, I looked for you guys today over an hour ago, probably almost 2 hours ago. I couldn't find you.
Wow. But again, it shows me on my YouTube that this scheduled notify me sign comes.
Yeah, but it was, when I went to
I guess
SSN to list all your videos, this did not show up. And if you started at 2, I should have saw it in the list. It wasn't there. And you're not the only one, because there's other things I look for. It's not on the list. And I just sort of had to pop and find it. It used to be where you could sort of search for it, even when they took it off like your main list. Now they're making it even harder to find it that way.
I think we're doing exaggerated work. I think we're on the right path.
Oh, definitely.
And we've been targeted, and we've been banned, and that put us in another level. And once we start having our own web, we're gonna have our own app.
Oh yes, definitely.
And that would be not a question. What I advise from anybody that's going to listen, I don't know if you were going to listen to that, but you can put on your calendar, your own personal calendar, Twilight Nation One Africa, and that will give you a trigger where Monday through Sunday anyway, and find the schedules and put it as a reminder, because we can circumvent that. But unfortunately, we got 220,000 or 21 now subscribers, and when it comes to the show notification, even the family is not getting it. That's even another level, and maybe.
Well, I know certain channels sends out like text notifications.
That's something that
or email notifications.
Yeah, we need to.
Notifications by email for Swahili Nation. You're right, PJ. It's just that many times I'm not checking my email at the moment. But you're right.
So it comes in a text format?
It comes as an email, but not in the main email. In Gmail has a very strange setup. So many times you don't see the messages as soon as they come in.
Right. Right. And then sometimes you could get it via, it will text you that information, even though they don't have your number. Because I know another channel will send me a text and say, oh, da is going on. And it comes through your phone, like your phone.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah, mine. I don't know. Since I'm the one that set up the broadcasting, and I'll get it on my phone, and it gives me on my YouTube. It will give me all that information. But the thing is, how many of you guys, 220,000 subscribers, they should have notification?
I never get one for you guys, only through Gmail, never through text, but I know you can do both. I don't know if it's on your end, but I know it can be done.
Let's welcome Brother Ridge.
Hey,
Welcome
Rich.
to the.
Hello, hello, Rich.
Hey, how are you guys?
How you
Oh, pretty
doing?
good.
Doing well. I can feel the heat of the flames in Burkina Faso all the way here in the Caribbean.
Oh my god. Oh my god. This is just
You,
crazy.
man, I told you guys, well, actually a couple months ago when the first one happened in Mali, I said in my voice, I said any African listening to me in any of them former French colony, I'm telling you right now, burn that French belt. I don't know, maybe they heard me. I said burn
And
that. I said burn that French belt. That French belt need to go. You know, when I just stepped in my apartment and I heard you guys online, and I said, you know what? Even before I heard you guys, what was in my mind is that, like, anyway, I'm not gonna put you guys on too much of this,
no, no, go ahead, go
too
ahead.
much
We
of
can
this
take it.
soldier stuff, because I feel like I'm a soldier. I'm not gonna lie,
You
but
are.
Yeah, that's
You know, I
I,
mean, like in the World War One, two, whatever. What was the woman who used to be on the radio?
oh,
Uh,
I think I know who you mean.
yeah, yeah. So, and she, she played a huge prop with the propaganda.
Yeah, and it happened in Vietnam too. That's why
Yep.
there was on the radio in Vietnam calling the Africans black GIs. He said, "Black GIs, what are you doing here, black GIs? You're not supposed to be here, black GIs."
Hmm.
That's what he used to tell them. But when I was walking up to my apartment, I was like I don't know why these things are on my mind so much, man. Like every single day, every second, it's on my mind. I can't stop it. But I thought to myself, you know what? When you have it's almost like the world wants us to have a dead body in our house called Africa. Africa is our house, right? They want us to have a dead body in the extension and not say anything about it. And I thought to myself, that's exactly what the French is in Africa. It's a dead, stink, rotten piece of, I don't even know, piece of animal that we need to cleanse we need to cleanse our house of that thing, man.
Oh, by the way, the same government is suing Africa for colonization.
Who, the French?
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
Yes.
yeah. Oh, Vicky, that's the agenda. If you notice, now they're like Africa owes everybody reparation because
Look at them.
they were the first people who put somebody on that ship. Don't come to us. It's not our fault. They did it.
And that's what I mean when I say they want us to keep their stinking stench. You want us to keep that stinking stench in our house. That when they come and make these rules and go to these UN organization and so on, and plead these kind of ridiculous cases. That's what they want us to do. Keep this stench in our house. But we're gonna get rid of this stench, We're gonna cleanse it in this generation. This generation, we're gonna cleanse that stench out of this house. That's what
And it's not enough that they can do to clean the blood off their hands. Give me a break.
exactly. Hey, did you
And
guys
if
hear?
any of us are stupid enough to fall for the okie dokie doke, because we passed okie doke, we have to put some more okies on the back end of it. Then we're
Exactly.
stupid.
Did you guys hear? Did you guys hear Putin's recent speech when he talked about how Europe colonized all these different places and even mentioned Africa, India, and kill indigenous tribes in Native America? Did you guys hear that latest speech?
Yeah.
Oh
He
my
blasted.
gosh,
I mean, he blasted them.
man! World War III already begun, guys.
Well,
Yes.
I don't
it
know,
begun.
man. Biggie, you might be right, man. We got to do a lot of praying, boy. We got to do a lot of praying.
I told you that. I told
But
you that.
but we can't just pray. We have to pray and work.
Yes.
Yep.
Because
Don't forget.
we have to put our effort into it. It's not
Yes.
going to be just.
You remember on that discussion, I said Africa prepare all the visas now.
I'm telling you, man. Man, I think that honestly, when I think about it, I think that's the only place I will feel safe right now. Like totally safe. Even though there's a lot of chaos going on around me, I know, like, everywhere I look around, I'm gonna see people like me. No one after me. No one telling me to go back to my country and all them kind of things. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah.
That is right now the question marks, because we've been hearing about the nuke threats ever since this war started. You know, and we went through a lot of wars. Okay, after the Second World War, and nothing has been discussed about the use of nukes. Okay, and the way when Putin brought that subject of nuke, and he just want to remind people that nuclear powered countries have power. You understand? But we got a lot of flaky countries that are not nuke powered, and they're still talking trash. So he reminded them that he's nuke powered.
Man,
And he gave the example of Hiroshima, Nagasaki, I mean, on how that whole thing unfolded. And he's like going, what are you talking about? We're not the one that want to use the nuke.
mm-hmm.
And you're the one that's going to push us all the way through the Cold War. And he just went back to the Cuban crisis.
Yeah, you know, the imperialists have a way of making people who they consider their enemies look crazy, you know. So one thing that I like what Putin is doing is that he's going back in history to tell people how this came to today. Because a lot of people looking at Ukraine thinking, oh, Putin is an evil monster. He just want to kill people over there. Blah, blah, blah. But they're not telling people in 2014 they killed parliamentarian people over there when they overthrew the government. People got burnt up in their offices and stuff. Politicians.
Yeah.
They're not telling people that happened. The president that was in Ukraine at that time, he is still in exile in Russia.
Wow. I mean, but they're master projectionists. I mean, they project all their characteristics on whoever they want to target.
Yeah.
You know, and people keep drinking the Kool-Aid. You know, and when history constantly shows you time and time again what these people are capable of.
Mm-hmm.
The thing is, it goes even deeper. Okay, I don't know if you guys heard Senator Ron Paul, right? Senator Ron Paul is always, about logics on what is need, this and that. He's always been the guy that opposed the House. You know what I'm saying? And he said we have this committee about science something, and they'll be looking at, okay, now that we have a climate change and in the middle of the drought, and they're exploring, that mankind is going to be eating ants, okay? And they spend $500 million, something like that, into exploring that side. Okay, that's government funded. And
500 million to study some people eating some bugs.
Yeah, how many bugs you got to eat per day in order to survive? And he said, this is not what we ask. Why don't they explore about diabetic? Why don't they explore blood pressure? Why don't they explore different part of the science that we have a problem with?
Oh, Biggie, you don't need to study those things. They already found a way to monetize it, so they're making money off of it.
No, that's what he this is in Congress, and that's what, when he was saying all these things that happens, and why we're funding this thing that's into the bugs and stuff like that, that is off chart, and they're asking for more money.
Oh yeah, because just like with them legalized marijuana, we have to first figure out a way how to monetize this drug, and once we figure that out, then we'll push it off to everybody. So most things in America is started from a government research perspective. The government always has its hands in all this stuff. So now they're looking like, okay, because people could just go to their backyard and pick an ant and just eat it, you know. But we got to figure out a way how we can take these ants and make them certain kind of ants and then put them in a bottle and then make them pay $9.99
Right.
for each bottle.
Per jar.
Yeah.
And it's like going, and he just blasted. And he goes, have you ate any ants? You know, it's like, what do you mean? You know, all this research that's going to waste.
And now so see why the worms are hiding.
Right. And it's anyway, let me welcome our sister Deborah.
Hey,
Deborah is on the show.
Hi, Deborah. Salam.
Hi, how are you?
We're doing good. Welcome to the show. And then this.
That's
That's the awesome thing. But I'm salam. You know, one thing I would say, Deborah, you know, I asked her how she's doing, you know, and that's the question. She said, thanks to Xavier, I'm fine.
Yeah.
That's our answer. Do you know that?
Let her know that thanks to Xavier, we all are okay.
Yeah, exactly.
Because it's only with him that we're able to make it each and every, not even day, every second on this mad world.
You know, that is the Ethiopian way greeting. Mm-hmm. When somebody has said, how are you today? And everybody that you're going to meet in Ethiopia, actually, and anybody that's Ethiopian, Eritrean, they say, thanks to Xavier, we're fine.
Yes.
That's the answer. You remember the word thank you versus thanks? Mm-hmm. Thank you is you. But when you say thanks, that means thanks to Xavier.
Wow.
Yeah. So that's why I always, you know, it sounded short to say thanks. You know, thanks, right? But actually it's thanks to Xavier, to the creator. It's like a whole package. So go ahead, Davy. ዛሬ ዲስካሽኑ ስለ አሁን ላለው ክራይሲስ የዩሮፑ ኤነርጂ እና አፍሪካ ከዛ ላይ ምን አይነት ኦፖርቹኒቲ አላት ነው። ምን አይነት እንትን መጠቀም እንደምንችል ለምን ሁሉ ነገር ከተዘጋ አፍሪካ ብቻ ነች ሞቅ ያለ ሀገር ፕሮዲዩስ የሚያደርጉት ነገሮች አንዳንድ ነገሮችን በትንንሾቹን እንዴት ነው አፍሪካ እሱን መስራት የሚጀምረው? ኦፖርቹኒቲ ነው። ያንን ኦፖርቹኒቲ እንዴት አድርገን ነው ለያንጉ
እኔ አሁኑ ሰዓት ለአፍሪካ ትልቅ እድል ብዬ ነው የማስበው። እኛ ከተጠቀምን ትልቅ እድል ነው። ለምሳሌ እነሱ እዛ ሩሲያ፣ አውሮፓ፣ አሜሪካ እዛ እየታመሱ ነው። ስለዚህ የእኛን ደግሞ አሁኑ ሰዓት ቃና ቢያደርጉ ለእኛም ቦታ ይሰጣሉ ብዬ አስባለሁ። ለምሳሌ አሁኑ እንትን ውስጥ ዩኤን ውስጥ ባለፈው አይቼ ነበረ። በጣም ደስ አለኝ። እርስ በርስ አግዞ እርስ በርሳቸውን በፊት ምን መሰለኝ የአፍሪካ መንግስታቶች ይፈራሉ ነበረ። አሁን ግን ፍርሃቱን አቁሞ እና ባለፈው በጣም ደስ አለኝ። በተለይ የማሊ መንግስት የተናገረ በጣም ነው ውስጥ በቃ ደስ አለኝ። በቃ ልክ መናገር ነው፣ እውነት መናገር ነው። እኛ እኮ እውነት ነው የምንፈልግ እንጂ እነሱ ዶላር የነሱ ብር ሉሮ አይደለም። ስለዚህ እኛ
ሰማሻለሁ የሰማሽ
ለምሳሌ አሁን የአፍሪካ ሀገር እኮ 54 ሀገር ነው አለች። አውሮፓ ለምሳሌ አውሮፓን ወስድ እኮ የአውሮፓ ህዝብ እኮ 7 ሚሊዮን 700 ሚሊዮን የሆነ ነገር ነው አይቼ ነበር ባለፈው። የኛ ደግሞ 1.3 በላይ ነው። ስለዚህ እኛ ለምንድን ነው ለነሱ ታዛዥ የሚሆነው? እንደ ያ ሁሉ ሸክም ያ ሁሉ እዚህ ያለ
ኧረ ቀስ በይ እኔ ጋ ልቤን እያንሸራተትሻት ነው። Oh, BJ, the panel, man, and Ridge. You know, Deborah is very passionate. I just told her, stop. My heart is melting. You know what I'm saying? So I got to translate this because she hits, I asked her, with all this turmoil that's going on in the West between Russia and all that, what kind of opportunity Africa can take now, and she started saying, yeah, while all these countries are having their own issues, this is the time for African opportunity and seek some opportunity that we can do. And on top of that, she was going, okay, on last week, she was so happy about the Mali president when he presented himself in the UN and what he came about across. And she was so happy about it. Now she's telling me back again where we can seize the opportunities. And that really, I started getting passionate with her. You know how Deborah talks. So, Debbie, the way she just put it, I wish there was a direct. I'm as direct as I am in translation. Some it just puts you so passionate of what she's talking about.
But absolutely. I mean. I know it was in the I can't remember the Denzel Washington movie, but it's a saying that was said a million times. What was that? And again, I can't remember the movie. It was with Jodie Foster and Clive Owen, and we were robbing a bank or whatever. But the statement was from Jodie Foster was, "When there's blood in the streets, it's time to buy." Which means while they're fighting, they ain't got time to see what you're doing. Take advantage, because if you're waiting for everything to be at peace, they're going to now look at you and start targeting you. So you have to take advantage of any seconds, moments, minutes, months, days, years you have to start pushing yourself forward and getting yourself in a position to control what is yours. Because that's what they do. You think what's going on in Ukraine, someone's not taking advantage of this Ukraine and Russian situation? Somebody's making a lot of money off of what's going on over there.
Absolutely.
And they want it to go on as long as they can for them to continue making money.
Mm-hmm. Okay, Debbie. I want Deborah to continue. Go ahead, Deborah. Sorry.
አሁን እኔ ያልኩ ለምሳሌ አሁን የማገዙኝ ብዙ አሉ። የማገዙ አፍሪካ የማገዙ ብዙ ሀገር አሉ። ለምሳሌ እነ ኩባ እንትን እየተባበረ ዩኤን ውስጥ አሉ። ለምሳሌ ቻይና፣ ህንድ፣ ትልቅ ሀገሮች ለምሳሌ ብራዚል እንደዚህ አይነት እንትን አፍሪካ ጋራም ይቆማሉ። እርግጠኛ ሆነ ይነገራሉ። እነሱ አሁን ለምሳሌ እነሱ ትላንትና ወሬ እንትን አይቼ ነበረ። ጆ ባይደን አይደለም የጆ ባይደን ምንድነው እንትን አሜሪካ ውስጥ የሚሰራ ግን ኦኔ ነገር ጠይቆ ነበረ። ለምንድነው ኤርትራና ኢትዮጵያ ላይ ማዕቀብ ተጥሎ ምናምን ብላችሁ አሉና በድንገት አወጣ ሰውየው እና አፍሪካ ላይ ተጽዕኖ ፈጣሪ ያበዛ ነው አለና ሩሲያ አለ። ለምሳሌ አሁን እኛ እኮ እነሱ ጋር ማዕቀብ ቢጥለኝ እነሱ ወይ ወደ ሩሲያ ወደ ቻይና ይሄዳሉ ብሎ እያፈሩ ነው። አፍሪካ እኮ ሁለት እድለኛ ነን እኮ እኛ። ለምሳሌ እነሱም ቢጥሉኝ እኛ ሩሲያና ቻይና አሉ። እነሱም ደግሞ እያፈሩ ነው። እኛ እኮ እነሱ ላይ
ማን ነበር እንደዛ ያለው? ስቴት ሴክሬታሪያው ነው?
የአሜሪካ እንትኑ ነው ትዊተርና አይቼ ነበረ።
ኖ የመለሰለት ሴክሬታሪ ኦፍ ስቴት ነው።
እንትን የወታደር ይሁን የጆ ባይደን እንትን ይሁን ግን ትልቅ ስልጣን ያለው እዛ ውስጥ ነው አለ። ከዛ ጋዜጠኛ እንደዚህ ብሎ ጠየቀ፣ ለምንድን ነው ኤርትራና ኢትዮጵያ ላይ ማዕቀብ ጥሉን ብሎ ስለጠየቀ፣ ከዛ እኛ አፍሪካ አካባቢ ተጽዕኖ ፈጣሪ የበዛ ነው ብሎ ከዛ ሩሲያ አለ ድንገት አወጣ እና እዛ ጊዜ እኛ አሁን እንደ በፊት አፍሪካ መቆጣጠር አልቻለንም እያስፈራሩ ነው ያለ ነው። ወይም እነሱ እንደ ድሮ አይደለም መሰል ያለ መሰለኝ። ለዚህ ነው ፈራማ ቀመጣል ምናምን ያለ።
Okay, on this aspect of it, just to translate, there was a journalist that was telling one of the highest position personnel in the U.S., why don't you put more sanction on Ethiopia and Eritrea? And he started talking about the sanction just in general in Africa. And then suddenly it slipped and he said Russia, okay? It was not something that he was trying to mention, but Russia. Basically, once he slipped and he said, well, you know, the more sanction that we're going to put, they're going to go support toward Russia. And we're losing touch of the continent. That's what one of the interview that she watched. And this is, she said, we have greater opportunity now that we know now why all these sanctions are not going to be flying in Africa. And Africa is aware about it because you don't go along and then you start sanctioning all these countries that's going to oppose them. It means something else, basically telling them to join Russia and China. So that's exactly pretty much Kissinger told them. You guys are really focusing into Ukraine, but the major issue that you have is the joint between Russia and in America. And I said that before. Nixon, I mean, Kissinger is the one to the last man we fight, right, during the Vietnam War. And that's the same guy that's saying, no, you better, you know, cut off Ukraine from supporting it and just leave it alone. And again, now the story broke out, yesterday, that all this money and all this thing that goes in there, it's gone. And these are the leaders on top that's taking this money. And, you know, when you look at it, Zelensky, if anything happened, even Russia comes in, he will have a nice retirement fund that he's been taking for $1.5 billion that was coming into Russia, to Ukraine, and not being able to, you know, they knew, Trump already said it's a corrupt government. And I don't know why they keep funding a corrupt government. And that money that they're sending is not going to be going down to the people. So to the last, they said they didn't even left any boxes when the donation came. All the elite in the government took them all. So this is one of the things that I want to add on to Deborah. So Deborah, go ahead, continue.
እና አሁን ይሄ እድል አፍሪካ ይሄ እድል
አሁን ነው እድል መውሰድ
እና ሩሲያ እንዴት አንድ ሆና እንዴት እነሱን አስከረከረቻት? ሩሲያ ለምሳሌ ፑቲን እንደዚህ ሆነ ሰውየው እኮ ዝም ያለ ነው እየሰራ ካለ ትላንትና 4 ክልል ተቀለለ። ምን አረጉ? ምንም አላረጉ።
It's so funny the way. Okay, sorry, I apologize. She just talks so so simple but very poignant, you know. And that's why I can't help it. And and you guys can hear on her voice. I need your support, BJ and Marianne and Ridge. You can hear her voice. She said yesterday, you know, Putin just took for region, you know, just simple as that. What are they gonna do
Yes.
about it? You know what I mean? The way she puts it, you know, like, yeah, you know, they want to isolate them, they want to do all kind of crazy things, sanction them and all that. But at the same time, this guy never stopped, and he just took 4 states from Ukraine. What are they gonna do? That's the question. What are they gonna do? This guy don't talk. This guy is doing his work. Whatever that he said he's gonna deliver, he's delivering. Go ahead, Deborah.
እና እኔ ለሩሲያና ለዩክሬን ማነሳት አይደለም ምሳሌ ነው ወሰድኩት። ስለዚህ እኛም
It
አሜሪካኖች
was just an example. You know, it was just an example that she put in my opinion. It's just about my African continent. You know, she's more concerned about our continent. She just put that as an example. Go ahead.
እና ኦኔ ዛሬ ደግሞ ጆ ባይደን ያስጠነቅቃል። ምንድን ነው የሚያስጠነቅቃል? ሰውየው እኮ አይሰማም። ከዚህ በኋላ እኛም እንደዚህ ማድረግ አለብን። ስለዚህ እነሱ እኮ በአፋቸው እኛ ካስፈሩን እኛ እሺ እሺ ብለን ለእነሱ ከሰገደን እኮ እነሱ እኮ ይሄን የሚፈልገው ይኸው እንትን ፈረንሳይ ቡርኪና ፋሶ ውስጥ ምን ያሰራች ዛሬ እንትን እኮ ተገለበጠ። የመንግስት የፈረንሳይ የቡርኪና ፋሶ
Yeah, she's talking about the embassy. She burned down. They burned down the Burkina Faso French embassy. And, you know, all this time, you know, if we keep saying, is she means in Amarinya, means, okay, you know, is she is okay. So if we're going to keep saying, okay, you know, because they're talking, but they see the she is okay, and then they take advantage of you. So now Africa is coming back up and saying no. And they're saying no. So that means now they're seeing Africa is in action. So this is an opportunity for Africa, and to demonstrate to say no, because they got used to yes. Go ahead.
ለምሳሌ አሁን ሶማሌ ውስጥ ብዙ እየሰሩ ነው አሉ። ለምሳሌ ኤርትራ ወታደር አሰልጥና ለሶማሌ ላከች። ዛሬ ግን አልሸባብ ቦታ እየለቀቀ ነው። ብዙ በፊት ያዘ። አሁን ደግሞ ኢትዮጵያም ሰላጥላ ልሰጣ ነው። ስለዚህ እርስ በርሳችን ቢያግዝን እርስ በርሳችን አብሮ ቢሰራን እኮ
አንድ ጥያቄ አለኝ። አንድ የሆነ ሶማሌ በቃኝ አለች። አሁን ከዩኤን ሚቲንግ በኋላ የሆነ ነገር እንሰጣሻለን ብለዋት ነበረ። አሁን ግን ተመልሳ ከኤርትራና ከኢትዮጵያ ጋር እንትን አለች።
ስለዚህ እነሱ እኮ ኤርትራ ወታደር አሰልጥና ሰጣቻት። አሁን እኮ አልሸባብ ቦታ እየለቀቀ ነው። ስለዚህ ዩኤን ለምንድን ነው የምትፈልግ? የሶማሌ ወታደር እኮ ቦታ እየያዘ ነው። አሁን በፊት አልሸባብ የያዘ ቦታ እኮ የለቀቀ ነው አለ። ስለዚህ የናይጄሪያ ውስጥ ያለ አሸባሪ እኮ እርስ በርሳችን የታገዝን እኮ ይወጣል። እነሱ የሚፈልጉ በቃ አሸባሪ እኛ ላይ ሰልጥኖ ሊያሸበሩን፣ አንዴ ደግሞ በምግብ እያስፈራሩ። ምግብ እኮ ኢትዮጵያ ውስጥ አሁን ስንዴ ምን አጣች አፍሪካ? ውሃ አለች፣ መሬት አለች፣ ንጹህ አየር አለች። ለምንድን ነው እነሱ ምግብ የምንፈልገው? እርስ በርሳችን ከታገዘን ደግሞ
BJ and as well the panel, just to translate, one of the thing that really happened, I know, Rich, you remember Somalia came into that to the UN meeting, and when they finished with the meeting, something happened between US and Somalia, and Somalia completely said, oh no, I'm not going to be collaborating with you. You remember that topic?
Yes, I remember, but I don't know exactly why he switched 180 like that. And you were saying that it's over.
Right. And what happened now, what Debbie is saying, in that on top of that, that Eritrea was holding, I know they said there were about 4,000 soldiers that Eritrea trained. These are the soldiers that went during the Formaggio time. Okay. And then when he saw the way Somalia was doing things, he held the 4,000 soldiers. You understand? He don't want to. He doesn't want them to go there because things might have happened. In the past, when Eritrea trained Somalian soldiers, and out of those soldiers, the Al-Shabaab got created, and Eritrea became number 13 list in the terrorist list because they were trained in Eritrea, but she trained those soldiers for Somalia. But they split off, and Al-Shabaab start operating on all these things, blown up things and stuff like that. And Eritrea was blamed to it. And they had nothing to do with it. They trained those soldiers on behalf of Somalia.
But Big E, they always do a 2-for-1. Whenever the West do anything, they'll say, well, you're just doing this to fight for liberty and we're just here to help. Then they'll turn their back on you and stab you in the back after everything's done.
Right. And that's exactly that she's talking about. Now, what happened is now this whole deal is going in a different direction. Eritrea sent 4,000 those soldiers. Now Al-Shabaab is getting destroyed, and the Somalian soldiers are taking over their territories. So they're strengthening themselves while the U.S. came in. I don't know if you remember, right after the election, 24 hours later, they sent all these military troops to Africa, telling them they're going to be dealing with the terrorist cell, which is Al-Shabaab. But unfortunately, before they even get there, these militaries went back, and now Ethiopia is doing the same thing. So that whole area is getting into kind of, securing the region, and that they don't want. Go ahead, Deborah.
አለፈው ደግሞ እኔ ሰምቼ ነበረ ታንዛኒያ እንደ ኡጋንዳ ውስጥ ኡጋንዳ ጋዝ አግኝታለች ብሎ
gas pipe, yeah, between Uganda and
ከዛ
Tanzania.
ደብዳቤ ላኩ አሉ ለኡጋንዳ
They send a letter.
ለአፍሪካ ይዘረጋሉ ምናምን ብላ መሰለኝ። እኔ አይቼ ነበረ። ትንሽ ቪዲዮ ነው ሰማ። ኡጋንዳ ጋዝ አግኝታ ለአፍሪካ ቱቦ ይዘረጋሉ ምናምን አለቻት አሉ። ከዛ ለሷ ደግሞ ደብዳቤ ላይ ከቻላት አሜሪካ ማዕቀብ ነው የምጠብቅህ ምናምን ብላ ደብዳቤ ላይ ኡጋንዳ ላይ ከቻት አሉ። ባለፈው 2 ወር ምናምን መሰለኝ የሩሲያ ውጭ ጉዳይ መጥቶ ኡጋንዳ መጥቶ የኡጋንዳ መንግስት የእናንተ እኮ እኛ እኮ ይቅርታ አረጋችሁን እኛ ለእናንተ ይቅርታ ስላረገን ነው እንጂ ተባብረን ስለሰራ ነው እንጂ እናንተ ወስተርኖች የኛ ጥላት ነው ብሎ ተናገረ እሱ። ይሄ አሁን አሜሪካ ይሄ ቄም ያዘች፣ አውሮፓ ያዛለች ለሱ ማለት ነው። እሱ ሩሲያ ባለውለታ ናት ለአፍሪካ። እናንተ እኮ እኛ ወረወራችሁን ጊዜ እኛ ገደላችሁን ጊዜ እሷ የኛ አገዘች። እንዴት ታዲያ አፍሪካ ለሩሲያ ጥሩ የሆነ ፌቲዮን ደግሞ ሩሲያን የምትጠላ? ስለዚህ እናንተ ነው ጥላታችን እንጂ ሩሲያ አይደለም ብሎ ተናገረ። ቪዲዮ አለ። ከዛ ጋዝ አግኝቼ ምናምን ብላ ስለተናገረች አሜሪካ ደግሞ ማዕቀብ ይጠላሉ። ያ ጋዝ ይሄ ጋዝ ከአፍሪካ ተዘረገች። እንዴ የኛ ሀብት እኮ እኛ መጠቀም አልችልም እንዴ? እነሱ ነው እንደሚያስቆጥሩ። ሄዱ እነሱ ወደ ሀገራቸው ይሄዱ። ይሄ እኮ አፍሪካ ነው እንዴ? ምን እንደሚበላን፣ ምን እንደሚጠጣን፣ ምን እንደሚለብሰን እነሱ መጠየቅ አለብን። ትላንትና እኮ የኛ አባቶች በባርነት ሰጡን። ኢትዮጵያ ብቻና ኤርትራ ብቻ ነው እንጂ በባርት አልተገዛችም። ያ ሁሉን አፍሪካ አረብ 52 ሀገር ምናምን እኮ ኮሎኒ ነው። ኮሎኒ ከኮሎኒ
ያኔ
የነሱ ኮሎኒ
ላይቤሪያ እና ኢትዮጵያ ነበሩ ኢንዲፔንደንት።
እና ሌላን አላውቅም ብዙ። ስለዚህ ለምንድን ነው እኛ ሀብት እነሱ የሚቆጥሩት? ምንድን ነው ማዕቀብ? ካሁን በኋላ አፍሪካ ላይ ማዕቀብ ትጥሉ አይሉም? ለምንድን ነው ማዕቀብ የሚጥሉ?
ከአሁን ወዲያ ማዕቀብ ከሆነ እኛ ድሊቨር አናደርግም ማለት ነው። Okay, that's one thing that she brought the issue. Yeah, she brought the issue about the Uganda and Tanzania pipeline that we discussed earlier, and actually, you know, the issue was that now Russians are really involved in the pipeline and as well the Uganda politics and basically in Africa, and that they have the right. And during the time when the West gave up on Uganda, the first thing that Russia came in and been on the rescue ever since. And they have the right to explore different part of the exploration of the gas extraction and creating this pipeline. But again, you know, why should we, you know, expect any Western country to sanction us on our own land? This is our own land. This is our own Africa. This is our sovereignty. Why they have to try to come up with the word of sanction or anything else? And for me, it's very simple. If all of them are collaborating, we block anything that comes out from Africa. We sanction them. Let's see if Africa stopped production for one day. Nothing comes out from Africa for one day. Africans, it's okay. We will eat nothing that day. Actually, we'll probably drink water for the sacrifice. If we can extend it, we can go 3 days. But let's see what the world is going to react to that. 3 days, no production. Boycott. Nothing comes out from Africa. You think Africa is going to get hurt? 3 days. We got the power. We exercise our power. And I know people are going to listen to this. But I put a boycott from one end of Africa to another. We stand together. Shut down everything. Because Africa always survived.
Yeah, absolutely, Vicky. That is, you have to do it because you have to show them that you have a voice and it's yours.
Yep. There's a power. I'm going to celebrate Africa, and that celebration is going to take 3 days. No work whatsoever. Everything stops. Have you ever think about it? Everything stopped for 3 days. And I'm talking about across Africa. Of course, we're going to have some sellout, but it doesn't matter. But the impact. When nothing comes in, nothing comes out. And that will be the most powerful ever. Maybe that's when we're probably going to revise that. Maybe that's when we're going to get the power. The power of respect. Because you don't come and say, I'm going to... You sanction one of us, we sanction you. Because that's Africa.
And
So
again,
research.
all these sanctions, and I'm like, so what did Africa do to warrant any of this? But it's constant. Anybody else fighting over their marbles? Okay,
They,
sanctions on Africa. What? That doesn't even make any sense.
they're
So yes,
dividing
you
it. I mean, they
definitely
already
need to do
divided
that.
it. It's a divide and conquer. So they scare one, and then they'll take a couple of your neighbors, giving them a warning, and say, "Oh man, this thing is going to come down to me." You know what I mean? It's just the flow of money. But the money, you do the work, money comes. We got the resource, and as long as we extract the resource, the money will come. But that money has to be distributed equally to the citizen in different format. So that's the power. We can hold off 1 or 2, 3 days, maybe a week. Maybe Africa will get a vacation.
Maybe a month.
Maybe a month. Let's see what's going to happen. Let me see if you can build those whatever that you're building kill mankind, because most of this stuff comes from Africa. I can say all the thing comes from Africa. The battery, the cable, the copper, name it. It comes from Africa. And those that are getting imported is the one that we choke hold. Africa said no. What are you going to do about it? That's how much you got power. Now is the realization of collaboration. For that day, we're probably going to start saving. Like they say, for the rainy day. Hey, we got a boycott in 3 days. And give it like a month to prepare. Maybe 2 weeks to prepare. Whatever you have, you're just going to save for those 3 days that you're going to be enjoying yourself. So, Lily Shad rebel, Lily Shad, like you said, Africa is being bullied and censored. Time to rise, eye on the prize. Yep. Go ahead, Deborah.
እኛ ችግር ምን መሰለህ? እኛ ችግር እኮ አንድ ነገር ከተቀጣ እኮ ዝም ይላሉ። ለምሳሌ አሁን ነው ጀመሩ እንጂ በፊት እኮ ጸጥ ረጭ ይላሉ፣ ይፈራሉ እኮ የአፍሪካ ዜጎችም ቢሆን መንግስታቶችም ቢሆን ምን እንደሆኑ አላውቅም። ለምሳሌ አሁን ኡጋንዳ እኮ የኡጋንዳ ጋዝ እኮ የአፍሪካ ጋዝ ነው። በቃ የኡጋንዳ አይደለም። የኡጋንዳ ሀብትም ቢሆን የኛ ነው። በቃ የኛ ሀብት እንተጠቀም። ምን ነው እነሱ ብቻ የሚተጠቀሙ። ስለዚህ የኡጋንዳ ውስጥ ችግር ከተፈጠረ ሁሉም አፍሪካኖች በቃ እንደኛ እንደ ራሳችን ችግር ወስደን እንታገል። እኛ እኮ እርስ በርሳችን ከታገዘን እርስ በርሳችን አንድ ላይ ከቆመን እኮ ማንም እኛን የሚከለክል የለም። ትላንትና እኮ አፍሪካ እኮ እነሱ አውሮፓ አግዛ ነበር እኮ። ዛሬ እነሱ አፍሪካ ውስጥ ነው እኮ። ለምሳሌ በጉድፈቻ የሚሉ አሁን እነሱ ያ ሁሉ ውሸት ነው። አፍሪካ ውስጥ ተጀመረ። ዩኤን ብሎ ማገስ ምናምን እየተራቡ ምናምን ያለው አፍሪካ ነው መጀመሪያ ጀመራቻል። እነሱ እኮ በጣም እየዋሹ እኛ ካልቸራችን እየደበቁ የእነሱ ደግሞ እኛ ላይ የተስፋፉ። ስለዚህ እኔ እነሱ ጥላቻ አይደለም፣ ግን አንዳንድ ጊዜ ይናደዳል። እነሱ እኛን እንደ ትላንትና ዛሬም እንደዚህ ያደረጉ። ስለዚህ ኬንያ ውስጥ ችግር ከተፈጠረ በቃ እርስ በርሳችን መቆም፣ እርስ በርሳችን መገዝ፣ በተለይ ወጣቶች እንስራ። በቃ ለመና ይበቃል። እነሱ እኮ ማቀብ ብሎ መስፈራሩ እኮ በምግብ ነው መስፈራሩን እንጂ ምንም የምንሰጠው የለንም። ስለዚህ እርስ በርሳችን እንስራ። ዲያስፖራም ቢሆን አንድ ላይ ቆሙ፣ አንድ ላይ መታችሁ ተወያዩ። ከአሁን በኋላ ይበቃል። አሁን እኮ ትላንትና ኮሎኒ ውስጥ ገብተናል። አሁን ዛሬን ኮሎኒ ነው እንደሚጠብቀን። ማሊ ውስጥ ችግር ከተፈጠረ ለምን ማለት አለብን። ኬንያ ውስጥ ከተፈጠረ ሩሲያ ኤርትራ ውስጥ ኢትዮጵያ ለምን በቃ አብረን ከቆመን እነሱ ማንም ይፈራሉ፣ እውነት ይፈራሉ። ይኸው ሩሲያ እንዴት እንዳረጋቸው፣ ሩሲያ እንዴት እንደቀጣቸው እነሱ ይኸው ኢቭን ናቶ ዛሬ በጣም ያፈራ ነው። ዩክሬን እንትኑ ጠይቃ ነበረ ይገባለሁ ብላ ዛሬም አልቀበልም ማለት። ምክንያቱም ሩሲያ እኮ አቅም ስላላት ያስፈራረቻት ያ ሁሉም ጠቅልላ ቁጭ አለቻት። እኛም እንደዚህ እርስ በርሳችን ከታገልን፣ እርስ በርሳችን ከቆመን፣ ከሰራን ምግባቸው ምንድን ነው ለእኛ የምንሰጡ? ስንዴ የሞተ ስንዴ አምጥቶ የኛ ላይ አሁን በምግብ የሚያስፈራሩ በምግብ ነው። ማቀም ምንድን ነው? በምግብ ነው እንጂ ምክንያቱ የአፍሪካ ህዝቦች ከተራቡ መንግስት ላይ ይነሳሉ ብሎ ነው። እኛም ግን አልቻሉም። ለምሳሌ ኤርትራ እንወስድ። 20 ዓመት ሙሉ እኮ የት አለ ዩኤን ገብተዋል። የኤርትራ ደግሞ በረሃ ሞቱ። ስለዚህ እኛ እንጨከን፣ ሁሉም አፍሪካኖች ጨክኑ፣ በቃ ይቁም። ዩኤንም ይውጣ፣ የእነሱ ወታደርም የኛ ውስጥ ይውጣ። እነሱ ነው ከየት አምጥቶ ነው እንትኑ ቴሮሪስት ያ ሁሉ መሳሪያ እንደ ድሮን እስከ ድሮን አለ ማቴሪያልስ ቲፒኤልኤፍ ከየት አምጥታ ነው? ቲፒኤልኤፍ ያ አዲስ መሳሪያ አምጥታ ከየት ነው አምጥታች? እነሱ ነው የሚሰጡ። ስለዚህ እስከ ሳተላይት እኮ አሜሪካ ሳተላይት አላከችም እንዴ ዩኤን ቲፒኤልኤፍ። ስለዚህ እኛ እርስ በርሳችን እንቁ፣ በቃ ባርነት ይበቃል። ምንድን ነው እኛ ሰው አይደለም እንደኛ? ሁሌም ባርነት እነሱ የሚያዘዙ ሰው ነው። ሰው እግዚአብሔር ብቻ ነው ሁሉም የሚያዘዘ እንጂ ሰው አያዘዘም። ክብር ከሆነ ፍቅር ከሆነ ለእኔ ለአንተ ታዘዛለሁ፣ እወዳለሁ፣ ይከብራለሁ። ግን አንተ ደግሞ እኔ ነኝ በላይ አንቺ እንደዚህ አድርግ ካልክ እኔ አልሰማም። እንደራሴ ማለት ነው። እኔ ሰው እንደማዘዘኝ አልፈልግም። በክብር ከሆነ እንታዘዛለሁ፣ በግድ ከሆነ ግን አልታዘዝም። ስለዚህ የኛ ይበቃል።
አረ ላስተርጉም፣ ዴቪ ላስተርጉም። በጣም ኢምፖርታንት ፖይንቶች ናቸው ያመጣሻቸው። አንደኛው የማዕቀቡ መፍራት የለብንም ላሉት ደግሞ እነሱ ማዕቀብ የሚያቀርቡት ያው በምግብ ነው አይደለ? እና መጨረሻቸው እንግዲህ እኛ ለነሱ የምንታዘዘው እግዚአብሔር ብቻ ነው ትእዛዝ የሚሰጠን እንጂ የሰው ልጅ ብቻ አንዱ የሚጨቆን ትእዛዝ የለም። So just to translate most of it, and I was getting a little bit deep on the conversation. She mentioned, as you know, about the way it happened in Uganda. All this time, you know, any country that has trouble, let's say if there's a trouble in Kenya, if there's trouble in Ethiopia, if there's a trouble in any part of the continent, we all as Africans, we should get involved and ask and question what happened, why, and start resolving issues within ourselves. And the other thing is all this, we got a good example, like Eritrea has been in sanction for 20 years. Have you seen the people starving? Have you seen people dying? Have you seen things that's really drastically changed because of the sanctions? But the only thing that they sanctioned them because Eritrea don't want no UN corruption inside the country. So we should pay very close attention that, you know, if needed, to get rid of all the United Nations peacekeepers. We don't need that. We can discuss and solve our own problem. They're the only one that inflammate our issue and exaggerate it. And the first thing they go is to threaten us as sanction level or anything else. But we need to collaborate and network. And especially she calls upon the youth we need to work. She said we need to work to be successful. So that work, as we define work, has a lot of impact for a generation. So if that generation doesn't work, that generation will be weaker, and the next generation is going to be weaker. So we've seen it in the past. But DJ,
Deborah is absolutely on point. They're looking for an end.
Right.
They're trying to take advantage of this situation to get it in. And I think it was yesterday, Professor Ezra blew up the map. I mean, the position of Burkina Faso is essential to probably everything they're trying to do. It's a central location for the west of Africa. It's close enough to the Congo, and I can get to the east as well. So if they get it in by we sending in peacekeepers in the UN and blah blah blah, they got planes and arms ready to go. Keep them out your business. And they gotta sanction you. Well, I hate bananas, but I'm gonna be on a banana diet for the rest. My baby's gonna be eating bananas, and their baby's gonna be eating bananas. Whatever you gotta do to keep them out your back door, because ain't nothing they bringing into you is going to benefit you anyway. All the fake GMO meats and products and fake clothes and everything, that's all garbage. Keep them out your back door. Keep them out your side door. Keep them out your front door. Keep them out your yard.
Yep.
Because they're not bringing you nothing that's going to benefit you.
But Biggie.
Yes.
I always wanted to ask you, how did Eritrea maintain its independence, being such a small country in such a area, man? Is it the Strait of is it the Red Sea or something that they got a hold up on?
Meaning, the Red Sea. Eritrea has the one of the longest territory on the Red Sea. And you ask, how did they maintain?
Yeah, I know. One way Iran maintained their independence after the revolution was using the Straits of Hormuz as a bargaining chip. Like that's where like 30-something% of the world's oil come to, right? So they threatened to shut down that. That's why the oil prices go up when Donald Trump was president, because they threatened to shut it and block it. In it.
You see, that was their narrative, and the West really, they close into that canal for the Red Sea, right? But really, because of the way Djibouti is situated and the depth and what kind of destroyers or whatever that you want, it's so congested in Djibouti. Okay, so to take the boat out from there and to catch up on what's going on that tight passage, you don't have time. Okay, but the Assab side, okay, in Eritrea, you can turn that boat right there, that ship, and be right there at that critical junction in no time. So Djibouti is not really ideal. They'll be ducking in there as an example, okay, as being part. Yes, we're there, but to really being reactive and trying to get all these destroyers out of that port, the congestion is so crazy. You got the commercial, you got the military side, you got the Chinese, you got all the French. Everybody is in that port. So can you imagine to get out of there while one cargo is coming in and you got a military activation? It's impossible. It's just they're there per se. It's better than taking days, but it still is going to take time in order to really fight it when it comes to any movement. But Eritrea is not a threat. Eritrea maintained her independence because year after year, she's got new soldiers. So you got a military service. So within the military service, so you got new kids coming out, graduating every year. And now you got a military might. You can have a fight, you can have all kind of drone, whatever. They tried, even on the Ethiopian side, they tried to go and invade, but they never succeeded because there's a military service that's out there and it's always active. So how many times that you can go back and forth and have this war? You cannot afford it. Okay.
But you know they call Eritrea Africa, not Korea, right?
Yeah, they call it African. And it's so funny that it has nothing to do with it. It has nothing like the North Korean. You understand?
No, they're talking about how long they've been sanctioned and everything.
20 years. 20 years. And they still did on a personal level now. There's still some sanctions that are still flying. But the country survived 20 years of sanction. Okay? And
learn what they're doing.
You know, and at the same time, imagine you got the Emirate that's supporting him, you know, the whole Eritrea. And at the same time, with all this sanction, there's no effect. Within the 20 years, they just found a huge amount of gold deposit. Okay. And then on top of that, they found a huge amount of potash deposit in the land. So the country has a way now to extract all these natural resources. But they never threatened about the closure of the passage to the Red Sea. Because you don't have to say anything about it.
But BA,
yeah.
When do you think this war on the North is gonna be over?
Which one?
The war in the North.
Oh, they're gonna wrap it up sometimes within this month.
Another
they're
month?
Gonna wrap it up. Yeah, they're gonna wrap it up.
Like
because right now they're right in the capital of the city. They're around it.
Oh.
And, it's just a matter of taking it. But again, you know, you got to watch it because you got a heavy population. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like any other cities, you know. So basically, they will weaken the walls and eventually march inside. And when you want a march, you know, you don't want the whole army to go through that because it will be a massacre.
Well, the Eritrean minister who represents Isaiah and Ethiopia. Did you hear his UN speech?
Mm-hmm.
Oh man, he was firm. No loud talking, no aggressiveness, just calm and firm.
He delivered the message.
Yeah, it was delivered.
Yeah, it was well delivered. One thing is, if I was in the world, I'd be very scared of that country. Very scared. Because Eritrea is contagious. You understand? People, you know, in Africa start realizing, and they have data. You understand? They have data about him and how he maintained the Eritrean independence without being set up. He never sold his country. So African countries have the data for 20 years. In fact, there were some countries that really collaborated to hurt Eritrea. Continent. I'm not going to mention their names, but they did so much collaboration to really, really hurt Eritrea. But now they realize Eritrea stands for Africa. She's an example.
Well, you know what? It's if you look at how all these things play out, even down to the micro level, to the human level. What they're being taken away from us is symbols, you know. Anything that shows us a symbol of power as black people, they make sure it doesn't rise, because symbolism is so important. I was thinking about this the other day, and I think that even our children, I believe, the kind of education system we need to implement, our children needs to be taught to symbolism as well. So I was thinking to myself, they say we can't erase the borders in Africa, right? But what if I just draw Africa on a board with a marker with all these borders, and I just take a eraser and just start rubbing it out? That might seem simple, right? But if you think about it deeply, some child is gonna remember that 30 years after you probably do it, 40 years, 50 years even, and remember that these borders need to be removed, and start to engage with with the world in a way where they can get these borders removed for real. But just think about that symbolism, just putting Africa on a board, on a whiteboard, and then taking the eraser and rubbing all the lines in between in it off. Just think about that. Symbolism is what they're trying to keep us from, things that make us feel powerful, like Eritrea. They don't want no African country to show any form of independence or patriotism, because that will wake up a lot more Africans. It is the same thing the Malian prime minister told them at the UN. He was like, first it was thousands of Africans that was upset about what the French was doing. He said now it's millions of Africans all over the world that's upset about it. He said soon there will be tens of millions, hundreds of millions of Africans that are gonna be upset about what's happening to African people on this world where France is concerned. That's what he said. Mali has Mali itself is a symbol right now, because they took their destiny into their own hands as African people. And now everyone else is coming in to invest with them. The Chinese, the Iranians. The Iranians were there last week.
Yeah, they aligned themselves real quick. See, one of the problem that Burkina Faso did not realign quick. They still got their own internal issues. But Mali really adopted this new role and how to move quickly and harness their power through the foreign entity. And like Russia, the first thing you said is call upon Russia. And Russia has been there for a long time anyway. It's just they reinforced it. They just reinforced it was just the right timing. You know, when all this turmoil that's going on in the world, they found the right timing to really have this move so quick, because they moved quick, and they made this quick relationship with all these international non-Western countries. Of course, Mali came on the map, and he delivered a very powerful speech at the UN. Regardless, now that's why I keep saying, we got to pay attention to some of the leaders, what they say out there. We cannot ignore it. That's why we got to be actively, if it is something that's going to be about Africa, I don't care whether you like the organization or not, at least give a chance to listen on what the hell is going on. Look at the interaction on how the world look at you. You can see it. Some of them just walk away from the UN as it is, because that shows you who's the enemy. You can see those things. You can see who's interested and who's not. So we're not gonna give our power for some foreign entity and watch it to happen because you didn't follow up with the story. You didn't even follow up what they signed for. So now that these organizations, whether they're gonna last for long or have a short life, because I feel like the United Nations is gonna break away. I think there will be, as you can see, everybody's going to have their own nation. If this United Nation doesn't perform, if it doesn't change the national security, the security council, if they don't change that, they already, everybody spoke about it. It's a threat because people want definitely a change in the security. So the symbolism that you bring in, and understand, we have a deep knowledge. Each, if you're going to go through all the African countries, they have the symbolism, and at the same time, it's so funny, they're all interrelated.
Exactly. That's where the real power comes from. That's where the unity will come from.
They are very, very interrelated from one to another. So our strength,
Man, I hope
our strength is to identify the weak link. You understand?
Yes, and that's why I call them choke points. You see, the strait around Yemen and Djibouti area. There's a reason why almost every nation have a military base in Djibouti. It's a choke point. That's where all of their supplies pass to before they reach into the Mediterranean and then into Europe. So all of them want to be at that choke point because if something happened there, some people are gonna starve.
Right.
You see that?
Check this out. Let me give you a why that area, is so important. Like you brought it up, right? Let's say you sanctioned Russia, you sanctioned everybody, right? And most of these ships, they're gonna go through that same area, and I'll have a destroyer that's still standing by, right? Because you cannot put it too much, you cannot idle within the ports area, but you got to go a little bit deeper toward the middle, and then at night you can come back and dock again. You know what I'm saying? And the very, very convenient spot with depth is Assad. It's not even Massawa when it comes to military vessels, because the depth is very notable and comfortable for all these ships strategically. So that means, let's say there will be there's just like the flight path, there's the maritime path. So they know exactly which cargo goes where. So they can bring down that whatever that they want. They can control. Basically, they're controlling that choke point. And Isaiah said, "No, you're not gonna do it from my land, from my beaches."
Man, what I'm thinking about right now while you're talking.
Let's say some crazy war happened, somewhere in Mediterranean, okay? And then your main ships, depending on your strategical installation and putting them, okay, they are in the Indian Ocean. Now, the best route to go there is through the Suez Canal. And if any of these countries from Egypt, right, all the way to Djibouti, wants to do something about it, they can stop it. Okay? So that means that vessels that are trying to cross through the Mediterranean, not only is not going to make it, but at the same time, their response time is going to be out of whack. That's why they want to control that area. So no blockage. They can have, let's say, a military that's going to be really going through there and is against your state. Let's say you voted no, and now that you have no and you have these goons in your beach, in your port, what's going to make you? You're going to be the first target right there. And they have the ability to hit as Mara, Karen, name it, as far as Sudan. So you don't want this kind of goons ducked in your port and be the one that's going to be bombarding your country. Because that country is not going to stop, because she's going to kick them out. So before you kick them out, it's really hard to kick them out, but it's very easy to say no. If they come in, that's invasion.
Yeah, but Biggie,
so
even
during Haile Selassie, even Haile Selassie said no. He said no, you're not going to have no Asaf. Because they know this. Because he knows if they control that, Haile Selassie himself will be obsolete. Which they did anyway.
Yeah, but Biggie, what I'm saying, what I'm thinking while you're talking about all of this, right, is that I think that is such an important thing for African leaders to find out. Where would you? They need to start thinking about these things, because they need to start thinking, where would I apply pressure if pressure is being applied to me from the outside? You know what I mean? It's like how Tanzania, they want to sanction the Tanzania and the Ugandan pipeline, right?
Mm-hmm.
If I was the president of Tanzania or Uganda, I would figure out how would they do this if they want to sanction me. What would they do? They probably would just tell the companies that would build a pipeline, if you build this pipeline, then we're gonna sanction you as well, or something like that. But let's say they want to try something more nefarious and sending some agents inside or something. For me, I know what I would have done. You see, because there's only 3 things you need right now in order to teach these people a lesson. You need radars, you need drones, and you need missiles. That's what you need. As long as you have those 3 things and you know where they are, then no one can tell you no foolishness, because when you teach them a lesson, the rest of them are gonna see and they're gonna learn. They're gonna learn from that. You know what I mean? You learn from them how they behave, and they learn from us how we behave, and then we all meet at the center and have some humane negotiations after.
Mm-hmm.
Because I don't see any reason why they want to even sanction that pipeline. That's not even in their yard. But then again, that was just one example. Now, if I was the president of Eritrea and these people are sanctioning me, I know Eritrea is a small country. You don't want to risk invasion and those kind of things from people. But at the same time, people are not supposed to have the ability to starve their citizens and then go and dress up in the nice suit and get away with it. You understand? If they're gonna starve, if they're gonna do something to our people, then we have to have the power back to do something to them, whether it be diplomatic, who knows, maybe you go on Haiti and let the Haitian them do something down there where they just do.
Yeah, but
and deal with that.
You see, right now, they're losing control in Africa. Okay, they're losing control because Africa is standing to say no. Okay, Africa is like, what about us? You know, what happened to all these things that are supposed to be? Why we ignored? We need food security. We don't have that food security. What happened to those programs? What happened to those finances? They are standing up because, you know what? We're not going to be begging for food anymore. We're going to start producing it. And that will flag into their so-called climate change, to whatever, any industry that they're going to create in Africa. One thing that they are scared that Africa has everything available in front of her. The resources there, the human resources there. We got everything. It's just how to harness this young population to really focus on to bringing those works and those creativity to have everything they extract. They'll give you a final product. The demand and supply. We got the resources. and we got the manufacturing. That's what thing that they don't want to see. And when China is involved, one thing that's going to happen is Africa right now is a cheap labor. Okay, a lot of countries like India are coming in to Africa and start opening industries. Okay, and Africa is getting trained and producing according to their agenda of having a cheap labor, and they find it very lucrative, so they're coming in. So China will come in also. China's in already anyway. It's nothing new. But as they're building manufacturers and stuff like that, let's say they create a pollution in Africa. Whatever they manufacture and create pollution, which is something that they're going to be coming after. But then again, what's going to happen is you're coming really against China. And that's why they want to cut off China as much as possible. They know all this product that you're getting is made in China. We cannot cut them all off. But at the same time, we're still threatening it. So they went all the way to Taiwan. The Taiwan move is just to destabilize China, so she can focus on this Taiwan strait. To make them refocus, they have an internal issues with their real estate and everything else. So they seize the opportunity to give them that same issue that they created with Ukraine and Russia. So they're playing the same playbook. If this doesn't work on this side playbook, we have the next page. Oh, okay, we can do this. And if you notice, the attitude is always we can do this if you play it right. And they're always going to play it right because they repeated this over and over ever since the Second World War. And they mastered it. And they know how to play it. For us is to get an understanding, because out of all this workbook, playbook that they use is the same playbook. It's up to us now to analyze that playbook and counter offensive to that playbook and change the history. That's the key that we need, and the key is this youth is going to be capable when you harness him with technology, when you harness him with the education, when you harness him that his belly is full because of his education and performance to bring the country or the continent to the next level. So all this geopolitics, if you notice, they're all repeated. For me, it's like history repeats itself over and over. They played it over and over. That's when, Putin already brought up the issue about Iraq, Afghanistan, Libya, Syria. All these things that they did, they played the same role. Who kept them accountable for what happened in Iraq? Even Trump said it was the wrong move. It did destabilize the Middle East right now. Now we got the Iran issue because of the nuclear issue. Now you bring up from that fourth largest army that you took down, which is the Iraqi, because Iran they didn't want to deal with Iraq missiles, okay? Because every time that he gets a green light, when Saddam gets a green light from the U.S., he goes and bombards Iran. And guess what? It's always been a neighbor fight. Never been looked at as being influenced by the U.S. And when they said it has a world, that he's armed to destroy, and that's when they came in and say, "Oh, he's got it," and they make it sound like, "Oh yeah, we supplied him." You see what I mean? But they didn't directly say that, but they sounded like that, and everybody just came on board. The NATO, EU, name it, everybody came in and bombarded Iraq. But that's not going to happen again. It's done. That playbook is known. The unfortunate thing is that same playbook is played with the Europeans and Europeans are really on the wagon with it. And I feel like they got them by the nose. And now, look at what we ended up: energy crisis. And I feel so bad that nobody, with all this intellect, with all these things that they have, they went right into the trap. And look at what happened. Now they got another pipeline that's coming from Poland, and it's not reliable. But they wanted that to be reliable enough to pump gas, oil, whatever. But that was, you know, what do you call that? Again, to stand against Russia. Putin, before the war, it was all over. Everybody was approaching him. Everybody was talking to him. Everybody made some business deal with him. And all that was going in a nice, like I said, it was a nice closed circuit. And everybody did their things and everything is normal, even though there's a lot of abnormality that's been going on. But at least, the economy is running. We got the latest book of the COVID-19, and then you get out from there. Now we bring the China issue. China is having a problem to control it, and they're having issues on, they weaponize the human rights and everything. When you look at it, it's planned. It was everything planned. If you look at the Iraq war, he went and annexed in Saudi Arabia, and he said, "Hey, you used to be part of my country, and he just went back and annexed it because they pushed him. They pushed him to that level. At that time, the Saudi owed him money. It was not even a big money. So they really massaged them to get into the war. Unfortunately,
No, Biggie, let me say, as I say, what are the first thing we have to examine thoroughly is we have to examine any organization that thought we united, international, global, world, and we also have to examine thoroughly all the NGOs and any businesses in Africa that have an ending called foundation. Bill Gates Foundation, this foundation, that foundation. They had to examine all of them. All of them we have to examine because they're hiding. The devil is in the details, Peacekeeping where? In Congo? Where all the diamond coming from? It can't be that stupid. Like there haven't been peace there since they killed Patrice Lumumba. They know that they can't bring no peace to that place. They're not capable of peace. So they need to be examined because they're hiding in these organizations, and it's almost like the UN is being used as a vessel for people all over the world who may be poor or don't have another alternative source of income or something. Some of them actually sign up to be soldiers in other places. Maybe some of them are genuinely care. But it seems like the UN peacekeeping troops are being used as this world mixture of troops that are supporting this humane body.
They're basically the gatekeepers. They go in and do recognize and text it back and say these are the things, these are your, points of weakness, points of strength, and then they come back with a flag and a basket of fruits and vegetables and rice and say we really love you guys.
Yeah, exactly. And then when they're giving you the rice, they're taking up what's more, way more than the rice while they give you the rice, which is the diamonds and the gold and everything. But I really do think that
it's the old tactic. Okay, it's an old tactic in the old days, it used to be missionary. Okay? It used to be missionary work. And whenever you say missionary and they show you the cross, that's the green light right there. Laissez passer. Okay? Nobody asked about them being non-profit organization, nothing. There was no such thing. Okay? And then they upped the game. Now the missionary system didn't work out into a lot of the African nations, and in fact, they rebuked them and they don't want to see them anymore. And they have now to come up with another way, and they call them nonprofit organization. And out of the nonprofit organization, the foundation being coming in a big way. Okay, and that gives them a lot of the recognition. Well, this is a very well-known foundation. This is how it goes, and uh, even Swahili Nation One Africa now, we are a foundation, and the foundation is something that we're going to be still working and still build it. There's always room to improvement and everything else, but at the same time, our interest is non-political, and it's a grassroots movement, and harness the people from the bottom up. And that's our foundation. That's our purpose. And our purpose is going to be across everything. It's going to be the food security number that we're looking for, the certain research that needs to be done in technology that can be acquired for developing Africa. And our mission statement is very simple, and we're going to stand by the statement, and that's what we're going to be doing. But at the same time, when you have these foreign foundation and NGOs, they are part of the other governments' extended hands. Okay, they're getting the funds, they're getting everything, and at the same time, they're doing their intelligence work. What the people feel, what people do, and how they do the daily. They get all the information. Because let's say a doctor that is under this foundation, he's going to be treating, per se, the African population that's sick of this and that, measles or malaria, a few other different disease. But at the same time, they find something that is unusual, and that report is gone. And then they'll find how many people are affected by it, and then they, in return, as saying, okay, we're going to do this better or something, but they come in with something else. And that would be a conflict of what the doctor took an oath of saving lives becomes lethal. In fact, they even used from contraceptive issue all the way to removing wombs. And that's what they did. So the foundation in NGOs has to be really have a good background check and what they stand for, and have that database available to all state leaders, because the same thing won't happen again. When they change their name, we still know who's engaged. We still know who's behind. So we got work to do. That's definite. Like you said, that's why Eritrea has no. The NGO that work with Eritrea, they have to perform with the country representative. All the labor, all the technical, you bring in your project manager who runs with the other project manager, and they have a team, and they are every team. I remember when I went to a part of this world. I don't want to mention it, but the security was so tight. That was my machine, my equipment, that I work on it day and night. And once it arrived there, I cannot even touch it. I cannot even touch it. It has to be a personnel from the country. And mine is commercial. And so definitely I said, oh my Lord, we Africans miss the boat somewhere when it comes to security. They bugged the whole African Union. The whole African Union was bugged. A whole cell site was bugged. And nobody saw it because they don't know better. Because they let other people build the system, which is a foreigner that build the system for you. For me, I would only let it be built by my country. You can provide me technology.
Diggy, what's that noise in your background? Are you like working on your farm?
No, I only use one Bluetooth. That's why. Okay. And the other one is open, so you're probably going to hear echoes. That's what I was asking earlier. So let me see if I have enough to charge. And that's why we're dealing with this kind of things that we let them in. We have to have a tight security. And imagine an institution like AU being bugged. That means all the head of state discussion, either on the floor, on a private, in the bathroom, in anywhere that you go, there was a listening ear everywhere. So they had to go through the whole building and debugging it. Can you imagine that? This is in Ethiopia. They had to debug everything. So
yeah, I remember we talked about that before.
Yeah, and they need to have better security, okay? Because all these leaks that goes from one country to another is put together in that playbook and see if you are within the parameter of the playbook, no problem. But if you are outside that playbook, now something big is going to come to you. Something big. There's a lot of things that I want to really read about, like the Burkina Faso and how Mali got away with going forward with the coup d'etat and trying to re-civilize the country itself. So there's a homework, and that's how we learn by the examples, and which one worked and which one didn't. So that means we're going to create our own playbook to counter. We just don't keep playing their playbooks. Exactly. Because the game change in the middle of the game, they can change it because that's their playbook.
Yeah, where is yours? What we're trying to that's the best idea, because what we're trying to achieve is not some being diluted into somebody's system. If we're trying to achieve dual and contending power, that's what we want. Power over our own life, power over our destiny. So they can't be playing by these guys' rules anymore. I mean, who gave them the authority to make these rules? Which God? God never gave them this authority.
And that's one thing that Deborah said on a comment. And she said, we take direct order through the Lord if it comes. But taking an order from a man or woman where it's going to oppress you, there will be revolt.
Yeah, we don't have to listen to these people anymore. We don't have to. This is not the days where they're hoarding information anymore, so we have to listen to them. We have this information. We have
to share. We have to share as much as possible.
Exactly. Well, so you said that. On another note, I'm gonna be meeting some Ghanaian programmers tomorrow.
All right. Very nice.
I mean, I don't know if you wanted to be there. It's gonna be at 12 p.m. I think. 4 p.m. Sorry, 3 or 4.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. You share the link.
Okay.
You share me the link, and we'll talk about it anyway.
Yeah.
We'll meet tomorrow.
Yeah, but guys, watch here. I have to go right now.
Okay.
But
yeah, it's about time to wrap. Also, we've been out here 5 hours.
Yeah.
And Let's listen to Marie Antoinette and BJ as a closing,
But
and then we'll pray.
I'll be listening in the background, but I will leave the chat.
Okay.
May God be with you.
Okay, man. You too.
Thanks
Right.
for coming, Reg.
No problem. Good to hear from you again.
Thank you,
Okay.
Rich.
Keep your
Take
energy up.
care, Rich.
Yes. Keep you guys' energy up. And
Yeah.
I will see you guys on the battlefield.
All right.
Always.
Always. Thank you.
No
Thank
problem.
you, Rich. All right. One round. We go around, and we're gonna call it a wrap for tonight. And we had a great discussion. I'm so happy that BJ joined, and Deborah joined, Marianne, and Ridge, and I really appreciate that. These are this is our continent, this is our affairs, and if we don't talk about it, if we don't share information, who else will do? Because everything else is just the greed and all the nasty stuff that they can put on our people and hurt our people. So we're here to voice that, and I'm so glad that all of you joined. All right, I'll let Marie Antoinette to give us a round, and
Well, I don't have a final thought. I would just say my prayers are with all the former French colonies this evening.
Nice. Okay, BJ.
I agree 100% with Marie Antoinette. We can't keep allowing the same game plan playbook keep going over and over and over, and because we already know what the outcome is at. We have to begin to do something different and take ownership of what's ours. And it means being uncomfortable. But then again, are we not all uncomfortable in the existence that we have now under this system that constantly oppresses us? So being uncomfortable should not be a problem for us. It's time for a change.
Absolutely.
If you open the door for them, they're not going to make sure your cupboard is full and your table has everything it needs. They're going to make sure they're eating well. I mean, just like the picture that they constantly show with the United Nations. I mean, all the global powers, they're sitting at the table and we're little eggs. And that hasn't changed. And it's time for it to change.
Very nice. Thank you, BJ.
Thank you.
For me,
I'm go ahead, Biggie. I'm still here. I'll say my last piece of my sermon, so I can let you guys go after something.
Okay. No, go ahead.
Oh, I go first? Okay.
Yes.
Well, I was gonna say that you know what I thought about today? I thought about the different young men and so on deciding that they're gonna overthrow the government. The one that happened yesterday in Burkina Faso, the guy who's in control now, he's only 34.
Yep.
34 years old. To me, that is not somebody that needs to be beaten or disciplined. That's a cry for help.
Yep.
Like, think about it. That's a cry for help. If they have to keep doing that all the time, that's a cry for help. And then everyone's looking at them as if like they're the bad people. When that place had been ravaged with terrorism for like how long? 10 years or something now?
Yep.
Even more. So that's a cry for help. And I think that we need to start to interpret it as that. And also, I don't know. I feel like my part, I'm playing my part anyway with Triangle. I hope that I live to see like come out and flourish, because what he's gonna do is gonna create an independent channel for Africans who in the diaspora to go over there. When we hear what people crying for help, we shouldn't condemn them. We need to go there and find out what they need
and help.
Yeah.
Because nobody just get up and say things without issue. They have an issue.
Exactly.
They have a problem.
It's one thing to hear about terrorism running up in somebody's village and just emptying the village. It's one thing to hear about that a day and then you go to work and everything's fine. But imagine the people who living in those in those surrounding neighborhoods and those things, their entire life has changed to a state of fear.
Mm-hmm.
And it affects the children and their children's children.
Exactly. Like it's going down in the DNA, down in the generation. So I see these things now. I start to see these things now as a cry for help, and I think that's what the Europeans don't want other Africans to see. They don't want us to see it as a cry for help. They want us to look at them over there, like Tariq Nasheed, and talk a whole bunch of nonsense about them, and still end up not helping them. Like the idea that people can just stay on the internet and condemn people like that, and not even being empathetic to what the people are.
But Rich, you gotta recognize when you hear stuff like that, that means they are furthering the agenda.
Mm-hmm.
And as soon as I hear people talk about that, who it's like they're almond, brown skin but white in the inside. No matter how much the black they want to claim they are, you are furthering someone else's agenda. Because if you know, as an American, what your history is, you could see that everybody else has the same story, different location, but the same story. Something's not right with this.
Exactly.
And then for you to try to condemn someone who's trying to make a difference, either shut up or do something.
Yeah, exactly. Participate or stay on the side, man.
Yeah, and let me give you something that's gonna blow your mind. Okay, it really blew my mind when I read it. Do you know between 1968 and 1972, okay, there were more than 130 American airplanes were hijacked. And none of them was being called terrorist hijack. None of them.
Mm-hmm.
And we're talking about between 1968 and 1972. 130.
Well,
so that means somebody that didn't like something is just going to get up there and hijack the plane, make their statement, and they're off to go.
Well, Vicky, what about Timothy McVeigh? And what was it? He blew up the government building. They never called him a terrorist.
They never called him a terrorist. You see, what I'm trying to say, Ridge, the word terrorism has been weaponized, okay? And African countries, when they have some crazy guy holding a knife or something like that, then they don't jump and say he's terrorist, But if the West comes and look at it, oh my God, he's terrorizing everybody. Guess what? He's terrorizing everybody. That's the word that comes. And then he was a terrorist. And then they will go whether he's Muslim or he's Christian.
And the thing is, because revolutionary people understand what the word really means now. So they had to get rid of that word and bring in something else so that you're like, oh, they're the enemy. Terror. Oh, well, I know what terror is. Okay, they must be the enemy versus a revolutionary,
right?
Or freedom fighter. No. That gives some other, connotations that we don't want.
Yeah, terrorist organization. And guess what? When you become in power, everything change. Everything change. The same thing on organization level. When they the CIA labeled the TPLF as being the terrorist organization. Yeah, they were comfortable until they became in power. When they became empowered, they joined them and they said, hey, it's an organization that really match our playbook for now. So we're just going to support them. And guess what? When they went down and they are still terrorizing the country, Ethiopia, they're still supporting them. They're still giving them arms. Now, who is the terrorist?
You know what? I was thinking just now, we should never, ever even consider if or not we should talk to our people because some European put them on a terrorist list. Who cares who they put on some terrorist list? No one cares anymore. because because the word terrorism means, you know what the word terrorism means? It come like they don't know what the word terrorism means. It means when you like, to summarize, it's when you put fear into people, when you drive fear into people to get what you want. That's what terrorism is.
Then who is a true terrorist?
They are terrorists. Ain't no African country never invade nobody and say, do this, otherwise we're gonna kill you. And then now they plaster all over the African like news. They always plaster about ISIS and Boko Haram and what the other one name again?
But Rich, you had the audacity to stand up to me. So that what makes you a terrorist. How dare you speak to me in that manner?
Exactly.
Because I created you.
And you know what?
I created you.
Man, let me tell you. That's exactly how I'm gonna talk to them when the time comes. I say, how dare you even look into my eye? Don't you know you're gonna turn into a pillar of salt? I'm God's child. Don't even look into my eye and ask me no questions about what we doing here. This is our land. We're coming back here to resume responsibility. That's what we're gonna tell them.
Take your reign and all the power that goes with it. No more fear.
No more fear at all, man. How are we gonna just live and look at our continent being ravaged like that, and just live over here as if like nothing's happening? Like we're living in total cognitive dissonance. That's like you in your house having 5 children and a wife, right? And you have your married ring on and everything. But every time someone calls your phone, your wife is sitting there and you're telling them you're single. Every time. That's cognitive dissonance, you know. After a while,
I know somebody who was like that, and we didn't find out he was married until after he was buried.
Yo, that's a hard life to live. That's like a double-edged life, man. That's a cognitive dissonance for you right there. It's only a matter of time before that drives you crazy.
All I have to say, BJ, is welcome to the Caribbean.
You guys are but you know what, Biggie, you should use parts of these long lives that we do and put a nice thumbnail on them and put them on YouTube. Just some short clips though, because a lot of times people don't want to listen to the whole 5 hours of the thing.
Right.
So if you go inside and you pick out some of those gems that we talk about in the conversation and you just put them on there, I'm sure that would be a good boost for Michael's channel.
Absolutely.
He's trying to do that. He's in the process, but it takes a long time.
Oh, yeah, it does. Like, trust me, I've done a little bit of video editing and I hate it. That takes way too much time.
Yeah, very. You can clip and you can adjust, then you lose one of the segment, then try to merge it. Yeah, I think we can do that. And there's a part of it that, like you said, BJ, he's working on most of the clips, trying to put together. That's a lot of them. Imagine 7 days a week, and some of us have the longest hours. But if we highlight the minutes, and I think that will help
a lot.
Yeah, that will help Mika to give him the time where that issue comes from this time to this time. Okay, I want you to see that, so he doesn't have to go through the whole
5 hours, clip. Right?
Yeah. So I can put the time on it, and for him to just go on that timeline and see what we talked about.
Even at a high level, just okay. This time we talked about Burkina Faso. This time we're talking about this. This time when we're talking about that.
Right.
A lot more people will look at it because then they're not too confused when they're listening for 5 hours.
Right. And a lot of people just cruise with the parts and they listen, and then they will go to the end part of it just to listen what you started with and what you end, and then find something in the middle.
By the way, I'm gonna be preparing some stuff for you guys because I want us to start to study Africa, like actually study it. We have enough information out there to know what's going on there even without being there. So I gotta prepare some stuff, and we're gonna go to them together, and hopefully I could contribute to this whole thing in some way.
Excellent.
Oh, did you see Pi's response to the
Caribbean? Caribbean men don't cheat. We exercise options. What the heck?
Yeah, the problem is you got too many options.
No way. No way. The Caribbean is way smaller than you guys, man. You guys up here got too many options. That's why everyone's going crazy.
Look, you got all these Americans floating down there with "this is my boyfriend," you know.
Oh.
And then they fly back. So while y'all talking about the old women from Europe coming to Africa, we done beat y'all on that one.
That's funny.
And actually, there's a whole documentary about that. I was like, what?
Oh yeah.
No, you know, it's and I actually was a good documentary. I never thought somebody would follow through the process. You know, you go out there and pick one and try to bring them back to whatever you live at, and then going back, you know, nothing happens. So out of that whole documentary, only one that was successfully ended up in a good marriage, and we don't know what happened after that.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
It still stayed in the island, you know. But again, you know, there's a lot of fails.
Oh well, I'll tell you another zinger. She was trying to get someone from the Caribbean, and he was like, "Oh, I'm in love with you. We're gonna be married," and found out she didn't have her own citizenship. So we're like, "Oh, you're not doing me no good enough."
I mean, Jay, crazy. Oh boy, that's great. You know, sometimes we gotta laugh. You know, we have to have this moment. You know, hopefully our people that listen out there, you know, just right now, if you hear this part, it's something that I know a lot of people are probably going to start looking for that documentary.
You got to give us the name.
But it was very interesting, very interesting. But in that same thought, I know Rich got to go.
Yeah.
So just to wrap,
my girlfriend here looking at me like a lion.
Yeah, hey, lioness.
Yeah,
lioness.
Okay. Well, as long as you don't work for the plants, because we won't say, do you have a plant wife and a plant family?
Here you go.
Say again.
You know, like here we have people working, you know, like the plants, like for motor companies and stuff, and they'll have a plant wife and a plant family. So they go home to their actual wife, but then they have the wife at work, and then they have their kids and stuff like that.
No, I don't live cognitive.
He's catching it. He's catching it. He coming back real quick, Rich.
No. I don't have cognitive disorders. Plus, I respect African women. You know what I mean?
Listen,
oh yeah.
I'm gonna throw one on you. How about all these beautiful cars?
Man, can't replace my girlfriend, man. What are you talking? Man, that's for them rappers that replace the cars with the women all the time.
You know what I mean? It's like beautiful cars.
No. You guys are trying to get me in trouble now, so I'm gonna leave you though.
Never you, Rich. We know you're not one of those. Never you, Rich.
I know. That's okay.
And she knows.
Oh, of course,
and
besides, she can always track your phone. So you know, put one of those trackers on the phone.
No,
listen.
Actually, she here listening to you guys right now, acting like she not hearing anything.
Oh, she's right now. No, okay, yeah. Let me. Okay, wait. What was last time? Was Jamaica? Wait.
What is it, Jamaica?
She's
laughing at the background.
She's like, tell them you have a family and kids. Tell her you gotta go eat.
I've been making the food. It's getting cold. That's why I was like, tell me you have to eat. Like,
and then you go through the phone.
Oh man.
Don't worry, Bridget. The only thing she finds is the cars.
Yes, exactly. My cars. And then the only thing she gonna jealous of is triangle. That's all. That's the only other thing.
There you go.
That's what I work on most.
Oh,
So that's a good thing. You got a beautiful family.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Am I gonna talk to you guys tomorrow?
Yes.
Okay.
We're still on schedule. Nothing changed.
Oh yes.
So we'll talk tomorrow.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, we're still on schedule.
Okay. No problem. I'll talk to you.
But I'll call you in the morning anyway. I'll call you in the morning. We'll see from there. So anyway, to just wrap it up, okay. Today we talked about the opportunity calls for Africa and her children, and our discussion went from on what's going on in Africa and as well Burkina Faso issue, and we talked about the Ukraine issue, Russia, and what's going to be the opportunity be for Africans, because in a nutshell, once these energies source get cut off, a lot of things are going to be missing because they cannot deliver them. So let's see what Africa can do in opportunity. So we went through some business plan format, and I'm just going to continue with that. And at the same time, hopefully we get more of information for the business plan, the business opportunity that can be viable for all my African brothers and sisters, because it's an opportunity. We're going to have to look into it, and I'll bring more in between, and maybe some of the show that I might participate and have maybe short clips as we try to make some short clips in here. So I'll find the opportunities, and I'm just going to keep on sending those, because it's very important. Those that are in WhatsApp group, definitely you'll have the ideas, and you can share it. Somebody that can do something with it, because there's an opportunity for Africa. And again, stay strong, stay healthy, be blessed, and always think Africa.
Yes,
always.
Keep your energy up.
Yes.
Up. The world needs
beautiful.
Energy.
Beautiful.
And with that energy, we can change the world.
Yes. Yep. And with our prayer, I really thank Xavier for giving us this opportunity to have BJ on the panel, Reg on the panel, Deborah on the panel, Mary on the panel, and as well all my family on the comment. Great comment out there. Pai, thank you. And Lilisha is there. There was Snaggage that really put some comment: innovation, peace, and security. Snaggage, again, I would love to have you on an interview because there's a lot of questions that I have on certain things that you sent me. But at the same time, I thank Xavier for giving us this family, being able to talk freely and see the opportunity and what we can do for the continent that he created for us. We got everything on that continent. We really thank you. We know you give us abundance. It's just we're not grateful enough. But on this prayer, I'm very grateful on all the things that he provided us and given us the mouth to speak. And at the same time, I pray for those that are needing of prayers, Mary Antoinette, as well as Zana, my brother, Kaku, my brother, Deborah, my sister, and as well, Dr. Tzadaka. I didn't hear about him, but he knows he's well. May he bless you all with his healing power and heal you and keep you with strength. Glory to him. In the name of Jesus Christ, our Savior. Amen.
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 See you guys.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
I placed the link to tomorrow's program in the chat. It will be a session on how to achieve African unity. That's tomorrow at 2 p.m. Eastern time, which is the regular time.
Okay.
Oh, you're going to be online?
No.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, it's in the chat, but at least we weren't shadow banned today. At least that I saw that alert in my feed.
Yeah, can you put on a private, because every time that I try to click it, it's gonna go on.
Okay, it's there now. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, so tomorrow at the regular time, that is the topic.
Okay, excellent.
Thank you, Marie Antoinette.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I wish you all a good night. And those of you in Africa, I wish you good morning. And those that are, no, actually, it's still good night for Africa. But Pi, good morning. I think it's in the morning time. He just woke up. All right, be
he
safe
woke
out
up
there.
and he's exercising his options.
Yep. Let's go say something about that one.
All right, soldiers. I'll see you guys, soldiers. See you tomorrow.
Okay, take care. Have a wonderful evening.
Okay, bye. All right, guys, as well.
I'm just gonna finish by a little brand for us, and just a reminder and who we are. And I love that what was that? The Lake Nation. No, it was the Egyptian, a land that nobody claimed. And I'll finish it with Mika.
Okay.
The geopolitics of the world never got crazier. This is the most craziest place on earth, because this is the portion of land which is owned by absolutely no one. Like, this is the land which is independent. It's not yet colonized. It's not owned by any state. You see, Egypt has some claims to the land of Sudan, and Sudan has claims to the land of Egypt. And if any of the two nations claim this land, they will have to lose all other claims to their neighbor. Like Egypt will have to lose their claims to Sudan, and Sudan will have to lose their claim to Egypt if they take this land. And this land is really not that productive. It's really a desert place. So they chose not to claim it. So this is the only portion in the world which is owned by absolutely no one. And today, I declare that this is Marsfield Kingdom.
Love it. And here's Mika.
In the corners of your heart stood your beloved, your day stood the fairest among 10,000 wives. You formed the seasons and fixed the time. You gave me sparks in the morning light. Creation flowed from your love. You were crafty and I was pretty. You were laughing, I was reaching out for you. I was made for heaven. I was made for Jesus. I was made to work the cool of the day with you. With you. Cursing the garden of paradise, knew the pain from the Father's heart. To get us back, you gave it all. Filled in the likeness of flesh on earth, bore the cross that we deserve. I've gotten down on one knee. Spirit breathing on me, been saying I see what I was made for. I was made for heaven. I was made for Jesus. I was made to walk in the cool of the day with you. I was made for heaven. I was made for Jesus. I was made to walk in the cool of the day with you. With you. The whole point of my existence is to know you, Jesus. The whole point of my existence is to know you, oh. The whole point of my existence is to know your love. The whole point of my existence is to know you, Lord. The whole point of my existence is to know your love. The whole point of my existence is to know your love. Is to know your love. Is to know your love. I was made for heaven. I was made for Jesus. I was made to walk the cool of a day with you. I was made for heaven. I was made for Jesus. I was made to walk the cool of a day